Konferencję, Szanowni Państwo, dzisiejszą konferencję rozpoczniemy od odśpiewania 4 zwrotek hymnu narodowego, a później orkiestra górnicza zagra hymn górniczy. Prosimy o powstanie do hymnu. Bardzo dziękujemy. Można zająć miejsca. Szanowni Państwo, bardzo serdecznie witamy wszystkich Państwa na dzisiejszej konferencji poświęconej Zielonemu Ładowi. Jak wiadomo, tytuł brzmi Prawdziwe koszty Zielonego Ładu Unii Europejskiej. Witamy wszystkie Panie uczestniczki, Panów uczestników w tym szczególnym miejscu i w szczególnym czasie. Miejsce szczególne, bo Jastrzębie Zdrój to, wiadomo, miasto i miejsce, w którym 45 lat temu podpisano jedno z kluczowych porozumień sierpnia, polskiego sierpnia 1980 roku. A czas szczególny, bo wczoraj Barburka, wspomnienie świętej Barbary, więc święto górników i nie tylko. Szanowni Państwo, witamy wszystkich, którzy dzisiaj także będą zabierać głos i na samym początku poprosimy o odczytanie listu od prezydenta Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej, pana Karola Nawrockiego. Ten list przeczyta pan Leszek Skiba, doradca prezydenta Rzeczypospolitej Polskiej. Bardzo prosimy.
The floor is yours.
Takie ogłoszenie, dowód osobisty został
Just
znaleziony.
an announcement, an identity card has been
Jeśli ktoś go
found.
zgubił,
Just a housekeeping note, you see, if anyone has lost their ID, it's a male ID holder. Okay, so let me read a letter from the President of the Republic of Poland addressed to you. The organizers and attendees of the conference entitled The Real Costs of the European Union Green Deal in Jastrzębie-Zdrój. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby greet you, all those who have arrived at today's conference about the real cost of the European Union's Green Deal. I would like to thank the people behind the initiative from the ECR for organizing this at such a significant time, one day after the traditional Miners' Day, St. Barbara's Day, and at Carbonarium, the Institute of Heritage and Dialogue. And I believe that the implications, the social and economic implications of the Green Deal for us Poles, for Polish businesses, and for Silesia in particular, may be a source of concern. We are witnesses to a European experiment which has had an adverse impact on the competitiveness of our businesses, on the price of energy, and the cost of production and transport. Poland is being affected by particular dire consequences of the Green Deal due to the dominant role of hard coal and lignite in Poland in the production and the generation of electricity. And I have expressed this concern many times. And during the election campaign as candidate for President of the Republic of Poland, I clearly set forth my position in my 21 plan. And the implementation of this plan and proof of my engagement as the President of the Republic of Poland was the legislative initiative entitled Affordable Electricity minus 30%. So if the Parliament adopts it, then it would lead to a radical reduction of prices of electricity for Poles. 4 pillars: reduction of additional cogeneration, power, transitional and RES fees, reduction of distribution fees, and change of the system balancing methods and principles. I also suggest that the 5% VAT rate be restored for electricity. Polish experts, Polish politicians, Polish trade union members have been talking about it, including the intercompany trade union Solidarity, and it is unfair that Poland should be incurring much higher costs of transition compared to other European Union member states. It is an important task that that Polish citizens be informed about the adverse consequences of the energy transition, whose model has such a significant impact on the weakening of the competitiveness of Polish industry. And thank you for today's conference, and thank you for responding to this challenge. I do appreciate your engagement, your dedication. Thank you for preparing this meeting. I wish you inspiring debates. I wish you a fruitful discussion, and may you draw some significant conclusions. Yours sincerely, Karol Nawrocki. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, now let us give the floor to co-chair of European Conservatives and Reformists, Patryk Jaki, MEP, and we are glad to notice that cameras, television cameras of Telewizja Republika are accompanying us, and the conference is being broadcast on the internet in Polish, on Patryk Jaki's profile, and on the ECR page in English. Patryk Jaki, co-chair of the ECR. The floor is yours. Hello and welcome. I'd like to thank the President Karol Nawrocki for this letter, and I would like to thank the advisor to the President for reading it. I would like to greet all of you, members of Parliament, ministers, and all those who have decided to attend this important conference. I was born in 1985, so I've always wondered, how come so many people in Poland, but not only, believed in communism? Well, there were so many people with academic degrees and scientists and researchers in universities that genuinely believed that communism was something that would work, even though communism had absurd assumptions underlying its very foundations. Actually, demand, supply, that was unknown completely. So the price of any product, you see, was determined by those who were smarter than the market. Apparently, several communists who would plan all this centrally. And inevitably, it had to lead to a disaster. So as some of you might remember, even toilet paper was absent from the shelves. And why am I recalling this? Because the Green Deal is just like that. It's hard to believe that, again, history has come full circle. And the assumptions underlying that have been absurd from the very start. So inevitably, if green energy were cost effective, we wouldn't have to have, prohibitions, bans, and orders, and subsidies, and bans, for instance, on energy coming from coal. Because if energy from renewable sources were cheaper, then it would simply win on its own. Just like we changed from landline telephones to mobile telephones, well, the market decided. The laws of supply and demand decided and determined that change. I'm talking about this to make you aware of the fact that we have, again, scientists not of communism, not of red communism, but of green communism. And I would like to show you some, several elements that might provide some food for thought. First, research work that has been published, very well known, which in the US was published 2 years ago, about the Green Deal, the full cost of electricity and energy returns. And it has just been published in Poland. And I would just like to read a couple of assumptions underlying this paper. One of the authors is a Harvard-based professor, and he says that to understand problems related to energy, you need to bear 4 principles in mind, and I shall read them to you very rapidly now. The first principle is focusing on human well-being as the cornerstone of any political analysis. Energy is the driving force of today's economies, and one of the key achievements of the 20th and the 21st centuries has been the improvement of life in industrialized countries, accompanied by a reduction of poverty. On a large scale in developing countries, fossil fuels and nuclear energy have played a key role in these achievements. And global progress heading towards reduction of poverty, improvement of general quality of life, requires concentrated debate once again on well-being, on the good of the humankind, not only limited to the narrative about reducing fossil fuels. And secondly, decisions, political and economic decisions, are limited by very important laws of thermodynamics, chemistry, geography, and economics. Ignoring these limitations might lead to huge waste of rare capital, to a lowering of the standards of life in industrialized countries, and further threats to the process of reduction of poverty in developing countries and adverse effects on the natural environment. And in turn, understanding these limitations helps us to understand why the global economy has developed as it has. Electricity, which is a central and constantly growing importance element of the world's economy and energy economy, is a particularly complex problem. For instance, petrol is easy to store, and its huge reserves can be found in terminals, refineries, storage tanks, filling stations, and in car tanks. But electricity is hard to accumulate, it's hard to store, and it's costly to store. So it requires power companies to generate the exact amount of electricity needed. hour after hour, but even second after second. The popular narrative says that wind and the sun provide unlimited and zero-cost energy, which only needs political will. However, the laws of thermodynamics limit the amount of energy from wind and sun that can be captured using the available technologies. These technologies only generate electricity when nature provides, and not when consumers need that energy. On the other hand, conventional power plants can generate energy as need be, and the lack of storage and the impossibility to store electricity makes it basically easier to manage in terms of the whole grid. We've seen that recently, recently in Spain during the blackout. Okay, if you use RES, then you end up with what we've seen. So transforming this solar and wind power into usable energy is very costly. The third principle is that assessment of the energy options requires analysis of the whole value chain, from start to end. For instance, automotive companies like to boast about electric cars being zero-emission cars, but this description bypasses the whole and omits the whole idea of the labor cost, of the energy cost needed to generate this electricity required to charge the battery. And it completely ignores the logistics, the materials, the labor required to build, assemble, and finally dispose of the electric car with its large battery. If we take into account the total life cycle, reasonable and rational energy choices are totally different. And on top of that, I would like to tell you, we have these seemingly obvious principles, and it's sometimes, we are sometimes shown, look, there's an electric car and it's a zero-emission car. But this is done deliberately. They don't talk about all the costs of manufacturing and of disposals. From the point of view of the environment, these costs are larger. And I just wanted to add one more thing to that. The US government has recently published a special report. The Department of Energy of the United States of America has published a special report on the Green Deal. And that report was drafted by a group of outstanding specialists who are experts in the field, and the outcome of this report is drastic, simply, for those who want to promote and push through this Green Deal. And I would like to read to you an excerpt from this report by the Department of Energy, and this is actually published in the Do Rzeczy Weekly. The End of Green Utopia, that's the title of the article. And now let's read a fragment. The global impact of emissions of greenhouse gases analyzed in the United States, focusing on scientific doubts, threats, and advantages of CO2 and the divergences between climate models and observations. The report emphasizes that CO2 does not actually fit the definition of criterial air pollution factors as per the Act on Clean Air. Although CO2 has some sort of impact on the radiation balance of the atmosphere, but these models, these most well-known models used by left-wing organizations, they exaggerate with forecast of emissions. Anthropogenic emissions are only around 3 to 5%, while 95 to 97% of CO2 emissions are natural processes, just like climate change changes due to solar cycles and natural and so on. The report challenges the credibility of climate models because they demonstrate systematic errors in simulation. And let's go on. Climate models. All these climate models were based on erroneous assumptions, and none of the forecast changes proved to be true. For instance, the snow cover on the in the northern hemisphere actually has not dwindled. On the contrary, coral reefs were supposed to have died due to excess acidity in the oceans, but the great coral reef has actually unexpectedly grown in size rather than diminished. Let's go on. research shows that people fed with fear and propaganda of the climatists actually believe that normal weather phenomena such as hurricanes and storms are the results of climate change. However, climate change for many players is simply big business. We have been notoriously misled by groups of interest that derive financial benefits from persuading citizens that we are in a climate crisis. And a conclusion which, well, is the best for anyone who has any doubt as to how it works. Well, a comparison of our European economy, in which we are introducing the Green Deal, and the US economy. The situation is as follows. Jacques Delors, the chair of the European Commission in 1995, announced that by 2010 the European Union would surpass the United States in terms of GDP. And the report of the World Bank, April 2025, shows a different reality. In the years 2008 to 2023, GDP of the European Union grew by 13.5%, and 87% is the increase of the US GDP figures. So 2008, I would like to emphasize this because ETS, emissions trading scheme, was introduced in 2008, and it's not there in the US, right? So according to the World Monetary Fund data, the estimated GDP of the European Union is currently $19.99 trillion, and that of the US $34.51 trillion, which makes it the biggest economy of the world. But we started at the same level. The ETS simply killed us off, and it continues to pressure us, just like communism. I mentioned at the start, and I just wanted to also tell you about the Polish aspects. So it's been really weighing us down. But the Polish aspects, we have a war across our border. Poland continues, I believe, to be under threat. And so it seems reasonable to have our own sources of energy, just in case. And definitely to deter potential aggressors, showing them that we have our own sources of energy, so we'll be able to defend ourselves. Closing down all mines in a country which has the most coal in the whole of Europe, in the Republic of Poland, we actually encourage an attack against our country. We show them that we are weak because we won't have anything to defend us with. But with, wind turbines and PV, our economy, with that alone, won't be able to withstand, especially a situation in which we would have to use much more energy. For instance, a war situation. We are doing harm to ourselves. This is the first thing. Secondly, we have fresh information that says that actually, there's a record-breaking amount of coal that has been mined just recently all over the world. The biggest economies, China and India, have been growing at a record pace. And those who are doing the contrary, well, just like the European Union, their economic potential is dwindling. They are losing their share in the world market. So, and on top of that, there's another element. The European Union, as you know, has the ambitions to build a defense industry, a weapons industry. And for armaments, you need steel. And for the steel industry, you need coking coal, for instance. And coking coal, you have it here. And you can't actually produce armaments. There's a huge demand for coking coal in the EU. But the problem is that we are mining less and less of it. And we import more and more of it, for instance, from Australia or from Mozambique. Why? Well, among other things, because we are being weighed down by the cost of this green backpack, which Mozambique doesn't have. Well, what sense does that make? Exactly the same as under communism that we mentioned at the very start. Yet another element, yet another dimension of this whole matter, from the Polish point of view, is wealth, because as the author of this scientific paper reminded us, from the very start of the Industrial Revolution, wherever coal was mined, countries would get rich fast. But, well, I'm afraid that it's hard for us to imagine the situation because Poland has been for 30 years in permanent development, more or less. But if you look at Italy, It's hard for us to imagine a situation that there would be for 30 years, our salaries would be actually going down. In Italy, over the last 15 years, this is exactly what has happened. The real value of the effective value of the economy has gone down significantly. Unless we do something about the Green Deal and the cost of energy, I'm afraid that Poland has exactly the same direction in store for it. The ETS2, which is supposed to enter into force 2028, it has been postponed, meaning that you have the latest calculations of PKO Bank. Every single Pole will pay 330 to 550 zlotys more, but these are very conservative calculations in my opinion. This ETS2 will influence everything. Petrol will be more expensive, so will diesel and electricity, energy. So this will weigh down our competitiveness, and not to mention situations where we are supposed to employ special officials who will be checking whether you will be living in zero-emission houses. If not, you will have to upgrade your house. Just like under communism, even worse, we could say. So instead of wealth, Poland will see more and more poverty. We will waste all these years of hard work, where Poles who have been working, well, the most actually among Europeans, have been among the hardest workers, harming our health, for instance, so that our grandparents, our sons and daughters, to make them well off, but this whole work will go to waste, might go to waste, unless we do something about it. Another element. The Polish dimension of this problem is simply tradition, history, heritage. Look at the place, look at this place, this venue, but look at Silesia at large. We have places where, since the 18th century, this has been a beautiful, grand tradition, the mining tradition, starting with the exquisite music to, the dress, the uniforms that has become a part of our lives. We can boast about it to show that we have something really unique, something really special in Poland. We go, all these St. Barbara's Day celebrations. We see these uniforms, these inns, this food, all that. And we should showcase this, and this will be gradually destroyed. And another element of this Polish dimension of the issue is freedom. Is simply freedom, which has always been dear to the hearts of Poles. We want to live in a free country where everyone will have freedom of choice, whether what they want to wear, whether what source of energy they want to choose, or what car they want to drive. But we are under threat in this case. In 2035, I don't know if you know that, but cars, this is already a decision. Internal combustion engine cars are not supposed to be sold after 2035. We are to be forced to buy electric cars, even though they are objectively more expensive, even though, as I mentioned at the very start of my contribution, they are by no means more environmentally friendly, and they involve a huge amount of problems. And this will lead to a situation in which our freedom of choice, it's not only about cars, but it's also about mobility, will become much limited. A car will become a luxury good only for the rich. So we'll go back 100 years, really. We'll take a huge step back. And this wasn't the original goal, was it? So this is merely an introduction to today's debate. I'm happy to have so many experts, specialists here, who will be able to talk about this problem, because it is precisely this, whether Poles will be able to withstand and counter this green madness. Our future depends precisely on this. Our economic development, our freedom, our competitiveness, and unfortunately our security, broadly, also depends on this. This makes this particular issue so crucial today, and I wanted to thank you for being here and for attending this extremely important discussion. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Mr. Jaki. May I now ask the Mayor of Jastrzębie-Zdrój, Mr. Michał Urgał, the very host of today's conference. Dear Mr. Chairman, dear MPs, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear citizens of Jastrzębie-Zdrój. so very important that this important conference entitled The True Cost of the EU Green Deal is taking place in this very venue, which is the former Moszczanica coal mine Bath building. Even 20 years ago, it was here that the coal miners were getting ready to work. And today, this venue is a symbol of a dialogue, of a discussion. Today, we will be discussing the Green Deal. Jastrzębie-Zdrój, the town of Jastrzębie-Zdrój, is a very apt location and a very important venue. For this very reason that Mr. Jaki has discussed, electric cars, wind turbines, and the entire armament industry is based on steel. Whatever is related to the Green Deal would always originate from the coal mines and would start here in the companies of Jastrzębie-Zdrój. And that is why we're meeting here. I hope that the conclusions that will flow from this discussion will be heard in Brussels and elsewhere. So thank you kindly for organizing this conference in Jastrzębie-Zdrój, because our voice will be heard in triple dimension. It was only yesterday that we celebrated St. Barbara's name day, which is a traditional holiday for the miners. So let me use this opportunity to wish all the best to our miners. Coal mine is a strategic raw material for Poland. If you fail to understand that, you will be wasting the entire heritage and you will be wasting the workload of at least 3 generations of miners. It will be nothing short of non-ethical. So, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you have a very fruitful meeting. Welcome to Jastrzębie-Zdrój. I hope you will have a chance to look around the town. It's a fantastic venue for conference. It's an industrial area, post-coal mining landscape, and I hope the conclusions drawn today will be heard. I hope you will visit the park. I hope you will visit the biking trails. There's plenty of things you can see around in Jastrzębie-Zdrój. I cannot wait to hear the conclusions of this conference. Thank you ever so much to the moderators, and we are now ready for the nitty-gritty. We will be opening the first discussion panel. Let me remind you that the official title of our conference is The True Cost of the EU Green Deal. In the first panel, we will be discussing the origin of the Green Deal. Is it ideology rather than a rational, sensible climate policy? We will hear from a number of panelists. Warm welcome to Jadwiga Wiśniewska, who is a member of the European Parliament. Please join us at the stage. Kazimierz Grajcarek, who is the former chairman of the Secretary of Mining and Energy Industry in Solidarity Trade Union, and Artur Bartoszewicz, who is a Polish economist as well as a member of the faculty and expert in public policy. The storm has begun, but we will always weather the thunders. Okay, I will invite you to start off a discussion which might be stormy as well. Let me remind you, the title of the panel has to do with the origin of the Green Deal, ideology rather than a sensible climate policy. Why ideology? This is my first question. Can we venture a thesis that Green Deal is not really an ideology, it is simply a failed climate policy? Is it that we have a choice between ideology and the climate policy that is rational? why do we discuss ideology in the first place? So this would be my first question of our panelists. Any takers? Over to Mr. Bartoszewicz. Thank you very much indeed. It's a great pleasure to be here. I must say I am so proud that finally in Poland we start discussing the true and genuine cost of the Green Deal. So far, in line with the ideology of the very ideology, we were there to promote the social thesis that it will all be nice and dandy once we all go green. The main problem with all the ideologies is that they have to do with faith conviction rather than facts. So, similarly here, people were forced to believe that if you keep on believing, things will change. But the truth is that none of it is based on the actual foundation that would have to do with analyzing data, evidence that would either confirm or decline a given way of thinking. Now, I've been dealing with the Green Deal for a number of years now, and I'm very happy whenever a discussion is started and whenever various arguments are heard. Let me remind you that it has taken years in Poland for anybody to challenge the Green Deal. Let me show you something that you may have not come across as yet. This is a study dating back to 2023, although the works were conducted in 2022. It is called The Economy War in Europe, the risk of losing energy safety. This was funded by the Polish group, and it was next to impossible to find experts who would be willing to participate in this analytical work. But we succeeded, and in this publication, in this work, which is really a great read, we have managed to put forward a lot of interesting facts. There is a very interesting chapter on social studies. Katarzyna Obłonkowska was a member of my faculty, and we polled a lot of polls there. There was a social study performed in the region of Silesia. And in the very context just mentioned by Patryk Jaki, we focused on proud, we focused on polling identity. This is what we looked into to find an answer to a question: who is it that the Silesian people are? Who are we as Poles? Who are we as Silesians? What is our approach and what is our attitude to mining, to coal, as an industry? Now, you may recall that just yesterday we celebrated St. Barbara, so all the best to our miners. God bless all the miners. I think we all need to understand how important coal is for the region of Silesia, for all the people living here who have always found coal to be a guarantee of their safety. Now, the economic war is something I would go back to, but you wanted me to answer about this ideology. Ideology is all about evolution, so the ideologies would change depending on who's speaking and what is they speaking for. You remember Bill Gates speaking on climate change? He said that some of the existing investments on fighting climate change were failed, were not successful. Too much money was spent on some costly and doubtful projects. And Bill Gates knew what he was thinking, wouldn't he? For many years, he was trying to bring it home to people, to the global population, that climate change is something we need to fend off, we need to fight it. And then he concluded at the end of his life that basically this doesn't make sense at all, that we need to find other goals to keep our society interested and to get the money and the financial resources to kick off with something new, to create new awareness and new challenges ahead of the population of the Earth, so that we can feel we co-create whatever is going on in the Earth. And the second thought I wanted to share with you, or the second thing I wanted to show you, it is another report, which is the Green Deal. Again, I am a co-author of this publication. It was difficult to find specialists who would be brave enough to challenge the Green Deal, but luckily I found 12 other members, 13 specialists put their heads together. We were actually asked to do so by the Secretary Office of the Solidarity Trade Union. Now, we are challenging the Green Deal here. I am not able to put my finger on any other definition or on any other work that would show some sensible and rational foundations of the Green Deal. Myself, I'm a co-author of 2 publications that would challenge the very raison d'etat of the Green Deal. As scientist, I am often compromised by other faculty members, because if you come to really challenge me with the professional findings, you would go for the ethical issues. So, for instance, I'm called non-ethical, that I have actually taken up the topic of the Green Deal. And I am attacked at my own faculty for dealing with a topic I'm not supposed to deal with in the first place. But the problem is that neither of the reports has ever produced data, statistics that would not be true, that could be challenged, that could be compromised, or that could be subject to any attack. Because they can't do it, they would go personally after the authors of the report. Okay, why Green Deal is really an ideology? Well, an ideology is always a sum total of belief and convictions. It has nothing to do with the very foundations of the legal order, social order, or economic order. In this report, the Green Deal, you will find very clear-cut, sharp assessment. But together with Ryszard Piotrowski, who is a specialist on our constitution, well, when I first invited him to work with me on this report, he actually authored one of the chapters, and I asked him whether the Green Deal is actually compliant with the Polish constitution. If something that is imposed by the European Commission can actually be found as complying and conforming with the Polish constitution. And then he told me, I don't really know what the Green Deal is. I'm not going to deal with it. And I needed to spend at least 3 months trying to convince him to get into the nitty-gritty of the Green Deal to answer the question whether it is constitutional or not. But before I venture to answer that question, as Mr. Piotrowski never knew what the Green Deal was, well, the same picture actually arises from our social studies. Well, general population doesn't know what the Green Deal is all about. So some solutions are being imposed while the population is kept in the dark. And this is one of the most perfidious and manipulatory type of social scheming that is so well known from the scheming whereby you want to convince a group of people to follow suit. This is what Brezhnev was all about, wasn't it? He was trying to bring it home to a group of people to change their conduct. We've known it, we've seen it. All these solutions proposed in the Green Deal are so similar in their aftermath to the Marxist ideology. And now to answer your question, well, there's been 9 articles of the Polish constitutions that are flagrantly breached if we implement the Green Deal. 9 articles of the Polish constitution would be breached if we implement the Green Deal. This is high risk of Poland's using property and high risk of Polish population using the private property without the actual feasibility study that would confirm if the rules comply with the Polish constitution and with this social economy. So all the aspects related to the operation of the regular social pattern. So whether we agree to that, this is very important. So this ideology, the ideology of the Green Deal, would be breaching 9 articles of the Polish constitution. And without professional arguments, the Green Deal is being implemented. And maybe I will park the topic for a while. If you need some more explanations on that, I'll be very happy to take it on later on. Madam Wiśniewska. Thank you very much. Thank you kindly for inviting me to take part in this conference. Thank you to the co-president of the ECR group, Mr. Jaki, and warm welcome to all of you. God bless the miners. Again, I would like to refer to St. Barbara's holiday that only happened yesterday, so God bless you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it is really true that so far we've never had any serious discussion on the actual ideology of the Green Deal. As we take this topic up in the format proposed by Patryk Jaki, we do not see this catching with any other audience, so it's not really a very popular topic to speak of. We have always been blamed of not being wise enough, not having enough understanding, not understanding that the earth is on fire, climate change. So many arguments were actually thrown at us, with people being very emotional and providing stigmas to those who are brave enough to challenge the ideology of the Green Deal. We've seen that happening to us. And for sure, all of us, all of the people who have a rational thinking pattern, when they look at the ideology of climate change, they would realize that this is one of the most detrimental programs in the EU. It is a huge mistake. It's a historical error that we need to step back from as soon as possible. It is definitely an ideological project by Central Steering Group that has destroyed European competitiveness. It is a huge threat to Poland's safety and security and to the elementary feeling of social justice and fairness. Now, in order to assess and verify it, we need to take a step back and we need to think about the origin of the Green Deal. Well, the Green Deal was not born in 2019 in von der Leyen's office. Of course not. The Green Deal actually took some 30 years of building with global climate policy, whereby the European Union decided to become a moral leader, taking up a task that is never able to fulfill. And it is also contrary to common sense. You may recall that in 1988, an intergovernmental group on climate change was appointed, the very first global research-based group to analyze climate change. What followed in 1990 was the first report authored by this group, which gave the then politicians a very convenient scientific foundation for them to act. In 1992, in Rio de Janeiro Earth Summit, a climate convention was adopted by the United Nations, which proclaimed 1990 to be a point of reference for the CO2 emission computation in developed countries. What happened afterwards is familiar to all of us. Yet another COPs, yet another Earth Summits, Kyoto Protocol, all the reports and everything. Climate ceased to be the environmental problem, and it took on to be an anti-development ideology. In Europe, it was then translated into very specific policies adopted by the EU member states. And the European Union adopted some ambitious goals of reduction. I really don't like this word or this collocation, ambitious undertaking, because whatever Brussels calls an ambitious undertaking is basically all about restrictions, that is not wise, that is rather silly, and that is not contributing to development. So climate has become an element of the EU mainstream policy, and it has become part of this grand global management ideology as pursued by the European Union. Another thing happened. The climate policy started to be stirred by emotions and moral alarming. I still recall that in 2018, 2019, there's been so many climate industrial actions sweeping across Europe. Young people took to the street because they heard that in 15 times they will be in for some climate apocalypse. The symbol of this climate industrial actions was Greta Thunberg. Not a scientific person, not really an expert, just a girl, a little girl. I remember when she visited the European Parliament, and the Envy committee in the European Parliament greeted her with a standing ovation. And some MEPs were so moved, they were basically crying by the very fact that this brave little girl is now a visitor at the European Parliament. Imagine that. And so in 2019, after this wave of youth strikes, we had another round of European Parliament elections. These climate industrial actions did change the architecture of the European Parliament back then, because in 2019, some 70 MEPs were elected from the Green parties, and climate has become an absolute number one on the agenda. Ursula von der Leyen, when she became the chairperson of the European Commission, well, she really needed all the support from the SD and from the Verts. And so this is what happened then. This was when the Green Deal became a political condition, a political obligation and a political requirement for a parliamentary majority. There was no feasibility study, but of course we needed to respond to this pressure from the streets, and this is the way the European Parliament did respond to that. Now, out of this mixture of some 30 years of global climate-based architecture as orchestrated by the United Nations, topped up with the EU's ambition to lead the world, and stir-fried a little bit with emotional and quasi-religious narration about the forthcoming damage, what happened was the European Green Deal. This is the way it was born, with Ursula von der Leyen proudly announcing and comparing it to other historical events, just like a man landing on the moon. This is exactly the same kind of a lifestyle. She said we will be reaching net zero by 2050. This is what Ursula von der Leyen said. In practical terms, that meant that we had to sign off for the Fit for 55 and a whole avalanche of various regulations that are there to restructure or rather damage European economy, but they will be here to change the lifestyle of many Europeans in the street. This new leitmotif of net zero by 2050, let me put it very bluntly, is pure madness. But unfortunately, this is the direction that is imposed by Brussels. So the EU Green Deal never appeared in vacuum. Many so-called intellectuals were supporting the idea of the Green Deal, but it was administered as a grand story of the European Union. And I think this was done just to cover up the forthcoming crisis of the European identity. For many years, we've seen various crises, be it financial, migration crisis, Brexit, pandemic, which all demonstrated that the old model of welfare ceases to exist.
Well, the sources of the problem are now not merely the crises on their own, but the emptiness, the vacuum, the underlying vacuum, with the European Union detaching itself from its history, from its heritage, from its very foundations, and a particular place in this process it was given, in fact, to the actual departure from accelerated departure from the Christian heritage of Europe, creating an identity void, and the Green Deal is supposed to fill this void as a new myth, as a new lay religion one does not argue with. So this secularization took place, and achieving climate neutrality by Europe is indicated as the most important goal for the current young generation, and all other plans are supposed to be subordinated to it. As a result, it became a new lay religion, a new secular religion and ideology referred to as climatism, and it is simply not to be argued with. And the European Union adopted the most stringent climate package in the world, disregarding an analysis of the social and economic implications. It's not that the European Union is unaware of loss of its competitiveness, and the decision makers in European policy making know this perfectly well, but they plod on, and they, at all costs, they want to plod towards climate neutrality. The sheer number of publications showing the green future through rose-tinted glasses is overwhelming, is mind-blowing. At the times of Timmermans, who was responsible in the European Commission for implementing a Green Deal, with no control at all, NGOs were financed with non-transparent, opaque, as the European Tribunal emphasizes. Opaque financing was given to publications on the European Green Deal, so to influence politicians. The European Court of Auditors, actually, that was the tribunal that pointed this out in its publication, and we've been seeing information about some claims about the and objections about the financing of NGOs to make them write good things about the Green Deal. So that's unheard of. The European Commission would pay NGOs to lobby for actually the utopian ideology of climatism. The European Commission generally announces that the Green Deal will create, mind you, 1 million jobs. But the problem is that basically no macroeconomic model has been presented that would confirm these figures, and there are there's no evidence to these forecasts. That's what the European Court of Auditors says, and our knowledge says that this policy is based on a narrative that's been paid for, not on scientific facts, but on a narrative paid for. So let's pass to the gist of it. Analysis of the ETS system. Well, this ETS system means a dramatic rise in costs for business, and the European Commission sends a very simple message. You need to decarbonize, regardless of the cost and of the competitiveness of production. And the costs of allowances are increasing, and the price per ton of emissions was 7 to 8 euros when it was implemented, and there were times in which it would reach 100 euro, and now it's 70 euro per ton. And the prices of allowances for strategic sectors, well, free of charge, are being currently withdrawn, and in the past, it was somehow handled because they were free of charge. Steel would have free of charge allowances. Now steel, cement, etc., they are losing that. So the energy intensive economy is losing this battle, and group layoffs in Silesia, January till September, 205%. This is the increase in group layoffs compared to 2023, and by 45% year on year. These are the consequences. And the situation is made even worse by the latest proposal of the European Commission. Namely, as you know, the fees for ETS so far would end up in the state budget of our country. But mind you, a new proposal was put forward that a third of the fees from ETS would go to the European Union budget. So what kind of situation are we in? Well, all member states are having the same goals imposed on them to be fulfilled within the same time frame. If we hadn't known about it, actually about the different energy mixes, we would say, okay, well, but we know, if we didn't know that, we would say, all right, but we know that Poland's energy mix is dominated by coal, and actually that's around 60%. France, for the sake of comparison, has only 6% of coal in its energy mix. So Poland will pay the biggest levy for the European Union budget. Will pay the biggest tribute, let's put it this way. And it's an exorbitant charge, and Poland will have its development chances reduced. And ETS2 has already been mentioned here by the previous speaker. Buildings, transport. I'm not going to focus on that, but the costs will be huge for us. And they say that Europe is becoming a periphery of the world in terms of the economy, and I would put it this way. The Green Deal policy was designed in order to build the Chinese economy, because over 90% of RES equipment comes from China. So we are dealing with the following situation, namely the climate policy of the European Union is building the Chinese economy. When we wonder about the sense of this policy, it's hard to find it. It's hard to find it because it's not there. And my conviction is that by implementing the Green Deal policy, the European Union actually finds itself in a situation of someone who's suicidal. And this person wants to commit suicide and puts the noose on their neck and kicks the chair to actually die even faster. So the data in Draghi's report. Well, Draghi got the order from the European Union, former Prime Minister of Italy, economist, used to be head of the European Central Bank. He was supposed to prepare an analysis of the reduction of competitiveness of the European economy, and he did analyze it. And the figures say that 2008 to 2022, well, the situation was as follows. By 2028, more or less, okay, 2008, sorry, the GDP of the European Union is slightly higher than that of the US. In 2022, the US GDP was a third lower than the US GDP. And Draghi pointed out very accurately that the reason for the loss of competitiveness of the European industry was and has been what? Climate policy. And what conclusions were drawn from it? Well, mad conclusions, crazy conclusions. Climate neutrality should be achieved more rapidly and earlier. So it's absolutely illogical, and it is lethal for the European industry. The social costs, the economic costs will be huge. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam. And now let us give the floor to Mr. Chairman. The same question about ideology, but you represent trade union members, so yes, many generations of trade union members. You are a former chairman, so you know what it's like today. And maybe for trade unionists, ideologies are not as important as labor security and job security. So do you look at the Green Deal as an ideological alternative, or do you see it as a certain, well, successful, unsuccessful economic and social discussion? God bless. With this traditional miners' greeting, I would like to start and respond and answer this question. It will be slightly controversial what I'm going to say, so I would like to ask all attendees and speakers, please don't bear a grudge, okay? I'm not lecturing. I don't bear a grudge against anyone. I'm just speaking speaking out what I think. I'm a member of Solidarity, but I don't have consent to appear here on behalf of Solidarity Trade Union, although for many years I did have that right. And today I will share my experiences with you. I don't want to talk only about the current situation, because you can all see what it's like. The problem that I want to tell you about is where it came from, because we often say Green Deal, climate policy of the European Union, and so on and so forth, as if that had come out of the blue. Well, it didn't, right? there are people behind everything, and I will tell you about it in a minute. That's the first thing. But another thing, even more important, in my opinion, is what, in my opinion, should be the conclusion of this conference. It should not be the first or the last conference. It should be the first conference to be systematically repeated, and I will tell you how I see it. As far as the Green Deal is concerned, I'm not going to use the term Green Deal at all. I'm going to talk about climate policy of the United Nations. The United Nations, well, used to do all sorts of things, you know, and it has been scheming, you know, and the European Commission was training ground because it has the largest number of Marxists that can actually, you know, grip people by the face, to put it figuratively, and it has a grip on people, and we are a training ground simply for whatever the United Nations has invented. So jobs, you know, we can't even hear about replacing you know, fossil jobs in this fossil fuel sector with green jobs. So please, I'm not boasting here, just mind you, I just wanted to give you some info about what information we get. As a representative of the International Industrial Global Europe and Solidarity, I took part in 17 international conferences organized by the UN, always actively, never passively. And allow me to say why it was like that and where our participation as trade union members came from. I'll tell you about it. With my colleagues, I also organized the pre-COP, the Conference of the Parties to 24. What was the difference, you know, pre-COP, between pre-COP and the COP, the Conference of Parties organized by the UN? Well, the difference was that we invited this pre-COP, we invited scientists who were for that climate policy of the UN and against that climate policy. But nowhere is it to be found in the documentation, you know, ever since the first, you know, 1995, ever since the first World Conference, never have any professors been invited or scientists who would disagree with matters related to climate policy of the UN. So that was one of the differences. And now I also organized, together with Mr. Tobiszowski and also MEP Wiśniewska, we organized a trade union parliamentary conference in the European Union. I organized a conference in the United States, in Canada, in Russia, in Ukraine. Well, virtually in all European Union member states, and those were obviously trade union conferences, and scientists were invited there too. Why is it so important? Because none of us trade unionists are scientists. If they tell us that's a microphone and someone else says it's a bottle, well, we want these professors to sit down at one table and tell us why you call this a microphone and you call this a bottle. And that was the pre-COP for you. Well, that was supposed to have been great, but it fell apart for various reasons. So I do encourage you, let us reflect at this conference on how to make this continue, because today it's really hard to fight against this, you know, green madness. Why? I just jotted down a couple of things, because I hope that if you check it, whether my words are true, you'll be able to verify it. The first official conference about human environment was held in Stockholm on the 16th of June 1972. And since that time, brainwashing has been going on. You know, our parents were brainwashed, our children are being brainwashed, and our grandchildren will be brainwashed in the future. So if we want to fight against this process of numbing people's minds and making them stupid, it needs to be continuous. So it is slightly deprived in a sense, talking about communists, about the fact that communism is bad, because, they are convinced that it's good. And the same with ideologists of the green policy, because it's hard to convince them that it's bad, because they are in awe of their, policy, and they don't listen to arguments. Well, what is ideology about? That they don't listen to arguments, they know that this is, this is it, and that's all. Well, and then, media of mass mind destruction also basically contribute to that. So we need to launch a long-term offensive against this. And this is also about being there and looking into these conventions. These conventions that ever since 1972 have been adopted by the United Nations. And then in 1980 there was the Vienna Convention, and then the Montreal Convention, and so on. And then the Environmental Convention on all the seven CFCs, and they kind of made us accustomed to the fact that on the 9th of and then they kind of tamed us, and then on the 9th of May 1992 the Framework Convention of the United Nations for climate change was adopted, and that was the seed that had been planted, and this tree keeps on growing. This rotten tree, we can say. So the European Union is merely one branch on this rotten tree. If we cut off this branch, nothing will happen. It won't, this climate policy of the UN won't be implemented that bluntly, but it still will be implemented, because this UNFCCC adopted in 1994 was signed by the President of the Republic of Poland, Lech Wałęsa, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Olechowski. So it is a document which, they didn't think whether the document was constitutional or not. They signed it, and that's a document which is in force, because the Polish Sejm, the lower chamber of the Polish Parliament, ratified it, and then it was signed, by the President. And then there was a very negative situation for Poland, namely the Paris COP21, and that was also, very negative assessment of decisions adopted in Paris. So the European Union decided, starting from COP15, that on climate matters they would take the floor at conferences, international conferences, after agreeing with the ministers, between the ministers, but a representative of the European Union would speak on behalf of all of them. So we seemingly have some sort of a law, but whether it is genuinely that. And all these matters are so difficult, because this was introduced in schools and to media of mass stupefying media, and they. But there's no escape from this policy. Is that true? No, you couldn't be more wrong. This whole climate policy of the European Union would have to be divided into two parts instantly, right now. The first thing, we should separate climate policy from environmental policy. And, climate policy humans have never had any influence on, and will never have an influence on. On environmental policy, yes, they will. So it is a very simple proposal. We should divide our tasks into three parts. The first part, what we're supposed to do in Poland. Second part, what we're supposed to do in Europe. And third part, what we're supposed to do in the world at large. And all this is feasible. There are documents that can always be challenged. So if we let's just stop only complaining, saying that you can't do it, it can't be done because things are bad, because everyone can see that things are bad. But we have to tell people about this, and what Solidarity did. The professor here, you showed a book, which can educate people, because people have this seed planted in their brain that can't be done. No can do. That's the end. Under communism, that's what they told us. That just in a minute the whole world will be socialist. Yes, it is now, but it's green, and not the whole world, but the stupefied Europe. And the first thing is our conference should last. That's the first thing. And second thing, the mode in which these conferences will be held, the procedure. So we should divide the tasks, because one thing is, reject the climate policy, not of the European Union, but the UN policy. Let me remind you, the climate policy of the UN, suggests 15-minute cities, and is this happening? Yes, it is. What does it mean? Well, concentration camps, basically. They can cash away from people. All this is part of the climate policy of the United Nations. And please read it and check. You can challenge it. You can challenge me. You can tell me I lied at the next conference. That's my business. And let's see what we can do in Poland. Let's keep holding these conferences and have them transmitted and have them broadcast. And I would like to thank the media which are present at this conference today. And all our social media should talk about it as part of the videos that will be shot here today to educate people, but also to find coalition partners. Who can be our coalition partners? Well, some MPs, MEPs, senators, trade unions, medias, various circles. And so we should seek that and systematically meet to work out some sort of strategy, some sort of practice for action, and what the green people are doing today, and how we'll go about it. So next thing, these are obvious. This in a nutshell. I'm not going to elaborate. We can talk about the assumptions later if anyone has questions. But then Europe. What about this? We should appeal against every single decision of the courts and of the European Union concerning the European Union's climate policy. We should take them to court. Of course, I'm not naive, and I don't believe that the courts would actually judge this as something bad. No, this is not the idea. The idea is to take it to court, to have people talk about it, to have the international community hear about this. Obviously, we need to seek coalition partners. We should seek assistance from trade unionists and trade unions. This is very difficult because they are mostly socialists, so they are generally for and organize such conferences. You remember, Minister, you remember, Madam, we used to hold such conferences with representatives of employers' associations, and that conference, or even two of them or three of them, were organized because there was a conference held by the European community of, those coal people, Eurocoal, yeah, that's that. So that's what needs to be done. And third thing, if we're talking about organizations, about UN actions, well, we should ask the president, first of all. There is a representative of the president of Poland, which is very nice, and we are happy. So the president should take under his wing and organize, just like the COP, organized internationally by the UN. The president should organize and annual meetings of ours concerning climate policy of the UN, and before every COP, so that we have as a community our own position, not the government's position, our position. And finally, what can the president do? Well, we can submit a request to the president that he should say, according to the convention of the 9th of May 1992, that's item 16, I think. I've got it written down. I'll check if anyone asks. Every state, as a signatory, has the right to inform the UN and speak in accordance with this framework convention on climate change. And if we deliver the speech, if we receive, because every country has the right to rescind the agreement, so if we rescind this agreement, if we withdraw from agreement because we have the right to do so, if we do withdraw from these agreements, which we have the right to, then it is a right of ours. But, well, this sounds very threatening, but the request should be as follows: that the climate policy of the UN, we are suspending it for 10 years, for instance. So in these 10 years, we should work on climate policy, on environmental policy, separately, with the all transparently. So everybody has the right to look into our work. If we find that we have been wrong all the time, then after 10 years we will implement these policies which were developed. And that's my opinion. That's my request. And I believe that our conference should also end in not a revolution. Yes, maybe a revolution, a resolution, right?
Because honestly speaking, ladies and gentlemen, it's gonna be a revolution. Let us be very bold about it. It's gonna be a revolution for those people I spoke of, because we are rejecting something that's been going on for 50 years. And people keep on believing the way they did believe in communism. So, maybe we can approach Mr. President and ask for his support. And then we will work on the strategy and tactics on our own. And this is the way we're going to move forward. And last thing, I'd like to approach Mr. Jaki, as well as the MEPs, and promise that I will offer all my support if you wish to have it. And may God bless you. Thank you very much indeed. Now we all know how revolution is started. One word from Mr. Bartoszewicz and off we go. It's a climate revolution. Now, as our agenda is very tight, we would need to finalize our panel very soon, as we need to have a brief break before the next panel kicks in. Well, I'm very enthusiastic about all the words of criticism, but we need to be down to earth. Ideology is not here to change the climate. No, ideology is here to launch a new European state and to do away with national states. The ideology you presented, sir, with all due respect, has no chance of being implemented. We need to understand the way ideologies are implemented across the EU. It's not only about the Green Deal, the Blue Deal, the AMLA. We have now paralyzed the Polish economy because very soon we will be stuck in public finance. The national state is there to be damaged. That's the hidden agenda of the European Union. So very briefly, whenever we create ideology, we start by defining false problems. And that's what happened here. The European Commission considered itself to be a saver and a judge all in one. And then a message, a narrative is created where the citizens are approached by the European Commission saying, I will heal you, and then an enlightenment will follow. So there are the EU teams being built, creating new truths, and that is happening through language, through the campaign of fear and financial bribery. Wherever you look around, we all take part in this financial bribery because we're getting paid to comply, be it electric vehicle subsidies, electric bike subsidies, or solar panels. All this money is there for us to swallow and to comply, because you get social support and you got social lenience with the money. That's why we agreed to the Poland's Recovery and Resilience Plan. This is how Polish society was bribed. The new law is created in the EU. It all starts with financial violence, just for the society to behave. And then at the level of the European Commission, a taxonomy is created with all the requirements that the business has to comply, be it ESG, be it BDO, whatever. So we take in the money, and at the end of the day, a constant source of funding is created. That is why ETS2 will be a constant source of budget, because the European Union will soon become the one and only state. And at the end of the day, we need to answer a question: how's that gonna end? What's that gonna be? It will end up in the war on economy, and this war will lead to colonization. Why do we need to destabilize our energy sources? Well, just because for the last 15 years a huge revolution has been going on, namely the creation of the artificial intelligence. Data center and data mining centers will never be open in Poland, but they will need significant amount of energy, and they will be located outside, and there will be an important weaponry. Why don't you read a very simple book, The Age of Capitalism and Invigilation? You may want to read it. It's really a very important read. If we don't understand what this mechanism is all about, we will continue fighting the UN on the European Commission. It's a mechanism of total submission of the society to a process whereby we will never be able to take part in the mechanism. The artificial intelligence requires stable energy sources. If there is no stable energy source, you will never be able to create mechanisms for data collection, data mining, and data management. That is why the surplus, the behavioral surplus, is transferred into the area where society can be easily manipulated. Why don't you read the book I have recommended? Why don't you read another publication which is called Book Tax, and then fast and faster? Unless you understand what we're participating in, or you will run around in circles pretending that we are fighting the Green Deal. Mind you, we're not fighting against the Green Deal. We are fighting against the red revolution that we are now part of. Thank you very much. I'm sure our panelists have plenty to say, but sadly we have to finish off. One sentence perhaps to conclude. My idea is bad. But what is yours, sir? You said that my idea was not realistic, but do you have a better idea? Well, I actually do. I do. Well, we have to ask a society a very simple question. Do you agree for that to happen? We need to ask a question of our society whether we want to be part of this model whereby we are losing our state. So a question we need to ask is, are you for Poland to be eliminated? Thank you very much indeed. Sadly, we have to conclude. We will now break for 5 minutes and we will start another panel in 5 minutes sharp. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the second part of our conference entitled The True Cost of the EU Green Deal. Please be seated. We will kick off with the presentation by Beata Szydło, the former Prime Minister of Poland and now a member of the European Parliament. It is an online recording of Madame Szydło's presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, the European Green Deal is a project that changes the way European economy functions in a significant way. But the question arises whether it changes for the better or for worse. Its ambition is to get to net zero by 2050. Well, we can see that this is a noble idea, but the pace and the scale of developments, with numerous resolutions being introduced under the new Green Deal, demonstrate clearly that this is a path that takes the European economy, including Poland's economy, into the brink. We have some justified doubts, both in the area of economy and social science. One of the most important tools to implement the Green Deal is the Fit for 55 package, which is a set of regulations that are there to force the European Union to reduce its emission by 55% before 2030. And now the ambitious goal is some 90% reduction in emission by 2040. The question remains, however, whether this project would not lead Europe to the moment when it loses its competitiveness in the global market. From the Polish perspective, these fast developments and these ideas mean that those huge costs imposed on the Polish economy are quite often larger than in other member states. And in this way, Poland is running into very serious financial difficulties. Another challenge is the ETS, emission trading scheme. Well, our energy sector is mainly based on coal, and this is about our energy safety. We are now paying the most across the EU member states, but the newest global trends demonstrate very clearly that this is actually the coal that can be a long-term guarantee for the energy safety in the long run. In 2022, the cost of ETS exceeded 30 billion zlotys. This is actual money that could have been spent on modernizing the energy sector in Poland. They could have become the very foundation for the creation of the modern coal sector. They could have been used for delivering on the ambitious goals that have to do with nuclear energy. And instead, they are really a climate tax that has such a deteriorating effect on Poland's economy. The ETS reform, which is about faster reduction of ETS schemes in trading, will grow the prices of energy to a significant extent. Another problem is the introduction of the fuel that is used for household heating into the ETS2 scheme. Starting from 2027, this may grow the fuel prices by some 40 groszy per every litre. In Poland, where road transportation is the very foundation of the Polish economy, while public transportation is not always available, such increase in transportation costs can again be a detrimental effect, can cause a detrimental effect on Poland's economic competitiveness and grow the cost of living. Another problematic area is the Household and Building Directive, which imposes, well, some solutions on each of you, namely the public institutions, but just, a man in the street, everyday citizens, families or households. Yet another charge, yet another tax that you have to pay in order to make sure that your building complies with the objectives specified by the EU. Thermal modernization of the building would be the cost in the area of 60 up to 100,000 zlotys. If you need to replace your burner boiler and go for the heat pump, that's another couple of dozen of thousands. I'm only giving you the estimates, but I'm sure some of you will incur even higher costs than that. And some 70% of Polish single-family households would require significant energy repairs, if you like, and overall, without a significant support from the state, we are running a high risk that some of the society would simply be left at the margin and will not be able to comply with the new standards and with the new requirements. CBAM, which is the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism, that was supposed to protect the European industry against the imports of some cheap emission-based products. Even the CBAM can grow the cost of products that would then be instrumental for the Polish industry. I'm talking steel, I'm talking cement, and fertilizers. They are very expensive as we speak, and new charges may be a draining burden on the companies and on the local authorities. If you now look at the high energy consumption industry, the picture is not that rosy either. I'm talking steelwork, I'm talking cement, I'm talking chemistry industry. Well, all of them, of course, they need to operate in the environment of high energy prices. Our energy prices are among the highest in Europe, so the Fit for 55 package would promote higher regularity pressure, but it never solves the fundamental problem, which would be the deficit of cheap energy. And in this way, competitiveness is gone. We are losing track of what we can do in order to overcome the American companies where there is less restrictive legal framework. Europe imposes huge climate-based ambitions, and at the same time, the United States, China, or India do not slow down their economy for the sake of the climate issues in the same aspect as the European Union would do. So European economy is becoming less and less competitive. Numerous companies are thinking of moving the production outside of the EU. Problems are also visible and continue to be so in the Polish economy. So the question, why all that? Whether the energy transformation that for some reasons, of course, needs to be implemented and needs to comply with the ever-changing reality and ever-changing environment. Well, of course we need to do that. We need to protect the climate, we need to protect the natural environment for the future generations. We want the future generations to be the best possible living standards, but the question arises whether this is really the right path. Is this really the best solution? Maybe. It's all about some groups of lobbyists and also climate ideologies who are suddenly imposing a vision of the solution to the entire EU. And they have managed to stimulate the European Commission and manipulate into such an area whereby it gives way to this unrealistic expectations. Sadly, these are not theoretical solutions only, but after some years of these solutions being put into practice, we can see very clearly there's been a number of mistakes and errors committed. Rather than protect the European economy, especially nowadays when it's going through such a dire time, and when there is a war waged just outside our border, with Russia being more and more aggressive and with confrontational language being used. So now, suddenly, Europe is giving up on its competitiveness. Let's protect our climate, let's transform our economy, but let's make sure that we live in a safe way that would lead to economic competitiveness. How can we do that? Well, for the case of Polish economy, we can only achieve that through modern investments into energy sector that is also based on coal. We have to arrive at higher diversification, various energy sources. But if we eliminate the largest asset we have, which is coal, and if we fail to align our solutions to the new global trend whereby modern energy sector can still include coal, this would be such a serious mistake. A mistake that would have so serious consequences for the generations to come. And so, ladies and gentlemen, as I want to join in the CCR conference, I hope that in the course of the discussion, we will hear voices of criticism, but perhaps we will also be able to hear some more voices from the experts who will demonstrate what is it that we need to do in order for the European economy and Polish economy to prosper. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Madam Prime Minister, and let us start the second panel discussion. What is the Green Deal really all about? Regulations, mechanisms and consequences. And members of this panel discussion will be Karol Venus, lawyer, is president of the board of the Association for Responsible Energy Transition. Marek Książko, professor Dieng from the Center for the Energy Industry at the AGH University of Krakow. So, since the topic of this panel discussion is the Green Deal, but above all, regulations, mechanisms, consequences, I shall ask you about this in particular. Some of these mechanisms and regulations have already been implemented. There's no return, it seems. Some are still in store, so there is some room for maneuver. So what stage are we at, so to speak? Yes, please take the microphone if you so wish. I believe you have given me the floor to open this panel. Yes, because I'm more, an engineer, not a lawyer. So, yes, when people ask me about the stage we're at in terms of the Green Deal, what to do about it, I always have this kind of vivid comparison. It might be shocking for you, but it does speak to one's imagination. In the US, we have this penal system that allows one to accumulate sanctions. So 500 years, for instance, of imprisonment. That's the kind of judgment you can get. So we have so many different regulations. We have 400 years of imprisonment, and this is our situation, and we're wondering whether we'll get 500, 600 years, or we can potentially actually relinquish something. But, ladies and gentlemen, we should not really talk about whether this judgment for the European and the Polish economy should be reduced from 400 to 300 years of imprisonment, but we should rather debate on how to get out of jail, so to speak. And the Green Deal for the Polish economy is something that absolutely weighs down on it and kills it off. This is the general level, and I will now give you some concrete examples. Imagine for a while that one business or another does not buy ETS. Well, these three letters just have to be mentioned here from this stage. What happens? A procedure is initiated to impose a sanction for failing to clear the ETS allowances. Now, what is the fine? Well, it's interesting, not everyone knows it. There is this system, there's the EU directive, but it has been implemented by the law. It was implemented in 2015 by a Polish Act. So for every allowance, emission allowance, for the emission of 1 ton of CO2 not cleared within the due date, the entity obtains €100, let's say, fine. But €100? What about the circumstances of this infringement? Well, the regulations do not make it possible to distinguish between the different reasons for infringement of the obligation. So if some entity or other failed to acquire emission allowances for CO2 emissions due to the fact that the management board, I'll give you an attractive example, well, just purchased a yacht, for instance, then they will get €100 fine for every allowance not settled. So, if the given entity did not have the means to purchase ETS because they had to choose whether to pay their employees or to purchase allowances to emit greenhouse gases, they will get a fine. They'll be charged with a fine of €100 per ton. What if they were late one day? Well, the current regulation is ruthless. €100 for every allowance not settled. Look at the absurdities the system is leading to, because it actually orders these fines, exactly in this way. Entities that are only slightly late and entities that have made this effort and purchase these allowances, and also entities that did not do it, and the blame is on them. So they are all on an equal footing according to regulations. This is a vivid example, isn't it? If I asked you what the fine should be for, I don't know, breaking a window in a car or the windshield, well, you would say, lawyers say, it depends, right? The favorite sentence lawyers say. It depends whether we are coming back from, you know, a boozy evening, and we're just breaking this, smashing this window because we're just on a whim, you know, or we are doing this because inside there's a child, and we are saving this child's life. So, in the case of this example, well, obviously the fine will be adjusted to the level of violation of the regulation. In terms of failure to settle CO2 allowances, well, the fine will be exactly the same in each case, regardless of the circumstances. So, maybe about the level of these fines. Well, just imagine that one business got, you know, for a year in which it obtained 150 million zlotys of revenue, not profit. It was charged a fine of 250 million. And this leads to a situation which effectively, this Green Deal, and I'm saying, you know, I'm talking about this component named ETS. Well, it actually pays more not to do anything and to refrain from work, because then we are not exposing ourselves to a fine which amounts to 70% of one's annual revenues. This is an absurdity, and you can see what this is like. And I'm focusing on ETS here. Not even figures, you know, because let's talk about these figures, because figures do not yield to emotions, to propaganda. Figures speak a hard and sometimes ruthless language of facts. And so, let's say a district heating company, you know, Skawina, which delivers heat. Now the name is different because it's been sold, but it delivers heat to a third of all of Krakow. In 2023, which results from the respective reports, financial statements of that company, it spent 35 million Polish zlotys on personnel costs, so employee costs, remuneration, etc. Do you know how much they spent for? They spent on the purchase of allowances 313 million, 10 times, nearly 10 times as much to purchase that, you know, security, that speculative paper that does not really bring any profit, compared to what they paid their employees. And these absurdities, I could go on enumerating them. We have this Inowrocław or Tomaszów Mazowiecki example, these two towns where district heating plants had to take out a loan with commercial banks to be able to purchase ETS allowances. We're not talking about borrowings supposed to finance investments, improve performance, improve well-being and livelihood of employees of that company. We're talking about a loan to be used for the purchase of allowances under EU ETS. And everyone is calling for transition, you know, energy transition. And Professor, you'll definitely be more competent with regard to this matter when it comes to the technicalities of it. But if we are to do this energy transition, I'm asking, what should we do it with? Do we have the wherewithal? And if a company needs to take out a loan to purchase the allowances, then they won't get another loan to finance an investment. They will have to repay the initial loan. They won't have the wherewithal to do this. And if you're asking, I'm going to finish now so as not to elaborate too much, but if you're asking me about the stage we're at when it comes to implementing the Green Deal, I'll put it brutally. We've reached a stage where we can't really afford to add, I think it was mentioned during the previous panel discussion, to add more to our green backpack. We can't afford to add more stones to that, because comparing this to years of imprisonment, we already have a sentence of 200, 300 years in prison. And we should actually think about how to reduce these burdens. And the European Union, instead of removing burdens, it intends to actually impose further ones. All these regulations are supposed to lead to technological changes also. And Professor, you have knowledge. Where are we? Infrastructure and technologies in Poland have big challenges ahead of them. Are we going to survive this? Are we going to be able to carry this? I don't know. Is this working? Thank you for the invitation. The first part was very emotional. I represent engineering sciences, so well, 2 + 2 must equal 4. But you know, even in economics, it's not to mention law and sociology, it's not like that, unfortunately, sometimes. And referring to some opinions, well, I've been living quite long in here, and you know, there was this second session of this panel for this UN panel for climate change, and I even got this invitation from through the first member of the team of scientists in Poland. And fortunately, I didn't end up there, because you might have booed me today for producing those UN reports, but fortunately I didn't end up there. But the fact is that this was developed in UN circles, and I've often wondered where it came from, because not only the UN, because the UN is a certain political forum, but then there are lobbyists on top of politicians. And I might just add a speculation of mine. These lobbyists are the biggest oil and gas companies, you see, and they are there. And everything that's behind the development of this Green Deal, so-called Green Deal technologically, these are the big companies. Because at a certain point they reached a technological standstill in terms of their development. For many years, I was director of the Institute of Chemical Coal Processing in Zabrze for 20 years. And so these companies in Jastrzębie, these mines, the still coking industry, but also power engineering, we were really up to date with that. And we built the Center for Clean Coal Technologies to have them end up in Poland, not only in power engineering, but also in the coke industry and more broadly also potentially. But it did not happen. And today we've reached a stage, and you actually presented it excellently, where by implementing projects at our university and the center, we mostly implement commercial projects. And I'll tell you, because you asked about technology, it's like this bottle, which is either half full or half empty. One is optimistic, the other is a pessimistic view, obviously. Because countries that are, Scandinavian countries, in this Benelux belt plus the UK, when it comes to CO2 today, they are leaders in technological development, and what they can offer, to come to Orlen, for instance, with their pipe over their train and say, give me that CO2 you've separated, you've captured, we'll take it and sink it in the North Sea. That's how they develop their business. These are mainly corporations, oil corporations, old, grand of old, and today we also have big ones that actually extract these resources of natural gas and oil in the North Sea or close to the shores of Great Britain. And the contracts offered even today to Orlen or for cement plants, for the lime industry, for steel, for the steel industry, it's like the network of pipelines for CO2. We take this pipeline up to the fence of the power plant, and we collect this. And how much it can cost? Well, Kujawy, for instance, cement plant, has received a big European grant for development. So capturing CO2 in the process of clinker production, and after liquefaction, it's supposed to be transported to the terminal in Gdańsk and then to the North Sea. Norwegian companies there which will use their fleet and they will collect this. It's not the 70-80 we are paying for ETS. This is 300. This is the kind of estimate we have made working for these entities, and this is basically, when we look at this positively from the point of view of science and my university, for instance, they pay us money commercially in commercial projects for analyses and for calculations, process calculations related to pipelines, for instance. So in their opinion, this is a business of the future. We need to take this into account. And when we talk about being able to store CO2 in Poland underground, here in this territory, well, it's a pipe dream, I believe. But a week ago, I read that in Germany, the Bundestag enacted a new law making it possible to build a whole network of CO2 pipelines. So on the one hand, when I look in my car, I have not a bottle like this one, but the one with the cap, with the plastic cap. I don't know whether it will cover my nose or I'll injure myself, because this is an EU contraption and this is totally silly. And on the other hand, these companies use it and sometimes motivate these measures because they want to force through their technologies, through this so-called technological progress, but sometimes there's no departure from it. And the other day I was moderating a panel discussion at an energy conference, and the representative of Tauron said that a big, by the way, US company had been talking about a big processing, data processing plant, and they wanted the whole energy package delivered 24/7 basically, but green energy. Obviously, solar, wind, no, they don't care, because the contract is annual. But it's weird, because how come big US corporations enter Poland and they put forward these demands that energy be green all year round? It's basically fertilizers, for instance, cement, and the fertilizer and cement go across the border, often artificially, because it's Russian or Turkish or Kazakh, and it ends up in Poland without being burdened by any ETS costs. But companies import it. But CBAM, this is an aspect which, in my opinion, China today, China is a leading producer of green energy. Annually, they install 300 gigawatts of that annually. In Poland, we've installed 30 over all these years. They have 300 every year. If we say that it's supposed to be a product of green energy, what will they do? Every car going to Europe, every ton of steel coming to Europe, every fertilizer, it will have a sticker on it, green energy. And the fact that apart from that 4 billion tons of coal, they combusted there, well, this won't have any big significance, because they will put the sticker that is green energy, looking at the whole mix. And you pointed out these gaps, whether it's 400 years or 200 years for the Chinese, overcoming this barrier is not a problem, because they have such a big potential for generation of green energy that essentially every kind of green energy in Europe, they can put a sticker, any kind of green energy we require in Europe, they can put a sticker on their product. Since you work in the field of power engineering of energy, what is the work like on clean energy technologies in the world? Because EU regulation one thing, but science follows its own path. Unless there is no consent or financing, but you are definitely seeking new technologies, right? Low emission technologies?
When speaking of low emission technologies, we need to speak of coal. There is a number of technologies available for coal. There is no need to conduct any research. But let's go back to China. China has the same position in terms of raw material, access to raw materials as Poland does. We have coal, but we do not have gas. Now in China, some 300 million tons of coal are being gasified, therefore contributing to the natural resources through ammonia, and some 45% of methanol is then utilized by the chemistry industry. We have never been brave enough to launch a gasification installation. It was always a political decision, not a technical decision. We have enough know-how, we have enough engineering knowledge to be an active partner in any technological transformation. Just like in case of the nuclear plant, okay? We will be building it here, although it won't be a Polish technology. Now, in the Polish market, we want to eliminate coal units and introduce natural gas units. But mind you, a coal unit operates in such a way that we can actually store the coal by dumping it, but for gas, I need to have special storage facility. Just next door, in Rybnik, we are building gas units, and then you have to distribute it, you have to put a gas line, you have to organize the entire grid. So if we invest in gas units now to create a bridge, if you like, between the contemporary energy sector and the energy sector of the future, namely the nuclear energy, this doesn't make sense. I think we should maintain the existing capacity market for based on coal, so that this bridge is built through the coal rather than through natural gas, which we have not. Thank you. I'm applauding that because the idea of coal being the transitional fuel is also close to my heart, rather than investing into the natural gas. So if there is support on your part, on the part of the expert, I'm glad to hear that. Because from the point of view of the legal framework or economy, I can see no arguments in favor of spending huge amounts of money just to invest into natural gas, which will be just a transitional solution for Poland's energy transformation. There is no need to go for gas in lieu of coal. That's one thing. But I'd like to go back to something else. Professor Ściążko has mentioned China, and rightly so. China is very rich in green energy, but we did our maths in the Association of Lawyers on to the reduction and increase in CO2 emissions between the year 2000 and 2024. In this comparison, it turns out that in the EU we were able to reach reduction of 0.9 billion tons. At the same time, globally, the CO2 emissions went up by 15 billion, including 9.5 billion in China alone. And, well, you may say, okay, so the world is polluting us, but at least here in Europe we've got our conscience clear because we are reducing emissions. Well, not really. In the EU, we are not reducing emissions, we are exporting those emissions. I've always mentioned the example of steel. Say we need a ton of steel. We know it takes so much effort and a lot of pollution to create steel. This is an industry that the EU doesn't want to have in its location. So if we need this 1 ton of steel and we can't produce it in here, does it mean that this emission will never appear globally? It will, but elsewhere. The steel will be produced in China, in India. Whether you produce 1 ton of steel here in Europe or in China, in India or wherever, well, let's assume, for the sake of our discussion, that the same amount of CO2 will be emitted if you produce steel in Europe, in Poland, or in China, or in India. But then, of course, you need to transport it into here, you need to bring it here. So there is carbon footprint related to steel transportation. So at the end of the day, it turns out that all this huge effort that we have put into reducing the CO2 emission by doing away with the steel industry all of a sudden, in the final analysis, globally, we have grown the emissions because we have exported the emission by buying the steel produced outside of the CO2 and by having to bring it here through transportation methods. It doesn't really make any difference whatsoever for our Earth whether this emission happens in Bangladesh, in Argentina, or here in Poland. That's one point. Another point to respond to Mr. Ściążko, Professor Ściążko. You said, sir, follow the money. Very rightly so. Let me go back to the ETS, emissions trading scheme. Over the recent couple of years, the price of a single ETS went up by 2,000%, if I may say so, and I'm not mistaken, 2,000%. In 2017, one ETS cost us some dozen of euros, so, and now you have to pay more than 100. At the end of March 2023, a single ETS went up to 100 euro. It is now slightly below 100 euro. And probably it will never hit 100 euro mark again. Now, the National Emission Balancing Office, the head of this office, just a year ago, to be more exact, on the 11th of April 2024, made his presence in one of the Parliament committee, and he said very clearly that the analysis they have would demonstrate that by the year 2030, the price of a single ETS scheme would be between 200 and 300 euro. 200, 300 euro. This is what we're driving at. This would be a disaster. I've already told you that this would be adding insult to injury. So some 1,000 years whereby we would have to add to our overall penalty of imprisonment. So this is the future ahead of us. The energy price can go up by 4.5 times, if indeed the ETS trading scheme skyrockets to 200 or 300 euro, as we heard from the head of the COBIZE office. Now, so follow the money. Who is really profiting from it? Well, this is so important, really, when we speak about that in the European Commission, for instance. The logic is as follows. In order for the industries that emit CO2, in order for them to employ the technology whereby CO2 is eliminated straight where it is produced. And then the balance cost will be some 100, 120 euro, say, in the energy plant. This is how much it costs to get rid of the CO2 where it is produced. On average, in our analysis, you would say that for 2030, 2050, the ETS should cost some 180 euro. But indeed, you're right. At the end of 2050, it may go up to 300 euro. So the general assumption is that if the ETS costs us 140 euro, then it would simply be economically sound. It will be beneficial for the energy plant to install a special system for CO2 capture and elimination. And in this way, it will be simply a positive development for the bottom line, provided that somebody buys this energy and pays an extra cost for the CO2 elimination. Of course, it will grow the costs. True, let me add just one more thing to reply to Professor Ściążko, as this may influence the final price. But the truth is really simple than that, following the money all the same. In the ETS scheme, we will, mind you, be discussing the ETS during our 7 o'clock panel. So there is an analysis available demonstrating that ETS is just a price bubble. We have come up with a bubble mechanism, which is a pseudo-market related mechanism where we have two authorized bodies that can deal with ETS, namely those that have to purchase purchased at ETS, otherwise they will be levied with horrible, tremendous fines. And then the entities that may buy the ETS, provided that they can make business on it. It is not a market mechanism, really. It's a pseudo-market mechanism that is indeed creating profiteering, speculation, and price bubble with the ETS in the center of it. So it's not a what-if situation. It has happened already. If a price of a given derivative, of a given instrument, goes up by some 2,000% over the span of a few years, well, as it happens, it may be, say, an AI stock from a new corporate that is introducing new AI solutions, and that's why the instruments, the bonds or shares or whatever are going up. Yeah, understandable, but this is not the case here. The only reason behind such a huge price growth is the price speculation and the profiteering from the ETS scheme, which profited a number of international funds, international financial bodies, people who only know about doing money and making money, how to buy cheap and sell expensive. But in the final analysis, the actual costs are borne by the Polish society, by the Polish employees, and by the Polish companies. And the scheme itself is draining money out of the Polish people's pockets and putting this money into the international corporates. And that's what it all boils down to. It is not a system that is supporting climate change, and environment protection. It is an anti-climate policy. It's not only deteriorating for the social economy and for the economy at large, but it is also acting against positive developments in climate protection. It is deteriorating for the climate as such, although it was launched and advocated as being pro-climate. That is why I urge you not to discuss the climate policy of the EU, or to call a spade and call it an anti-climate policy of the European Union. I do realize that, similarly to the first panel, we could go on and on speaking about such important things, but sadly we have to wind up this panel because we need to break for 10 minutes now, and we will be meeting back here at 5 past 6 for another panel. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we shall start the third part in a while. Please assemble in the room. I'd like to invite the panelists to join us. We have them, Mr. Ozdoba, Jacek Ozdoba, Tomasz Ryszek, Janusz Michałek, and Marek Gachciński. Could you come onto the stage if you're here in the room, or are you not here just yet? Is Mr. Jacek Ozdoba here in the room? Oh, he's actually in the lift as we speak. Mr. Janusz Michałek. And so we are starting the third part of our conference, panel discussion, the real cost of the Green Deal industry, power industry, automotive. Jacek Ozdoba, former Minister and Secretary of State at the Ministry of Climate, MEP. Tomasz Ryszek, former President of Management Board at Węglokoks Group, PhD in economic sciences, and Marek Akciński, attorney at law, former vice president of Węglokoks SA. So I had the impression that we are approaching some concrete aspects in our discussions, because you represent very concrete areas of the economy, so industry, power engineering, automotive. We are already incurring the real cost of the Green Deal. Maybe the minister, it will be easier if we do it this way. So from the world of politics, and politics about citizens, and let us kind of think about the changes. I'm not going to beat around the bush. Well, are we feeling this? Are we being affected by the Green Deal? Well, this is already predicted in the ING report, which says that the ETS2 is 0.40 zloty per every liter of petrol, over 50 cents, Polish cents on every liter of diesel. That's cars. But if you have a house, what do we all want to heat it with? Because if you have coal, well, 9, you know. Wood, 9. Gas is starting to be 9. So only a heat pump? You're left with only a heat pump, but electricity will be more expensive. So I'm starting to wonder, because I have the pleasure, and sometimes, well, the dubious pleasure, of looking at the point of view of the Polish Parliament, the committee that is addressing this green madness today. Well, the question is, what are the costs, and what these decisions will mean? And I have to disappoint you. If anyone thinks the Green Deal won't be done, well, with the current government in Poland and in the European Union, well, I have to assure you, this train is gaining speed. ETS1, 30, 40 Polish cents, you know, on your bill, electricity bill, that's ETS1. On top of that, that's individual heating I talked about, and driving your car, but also district heating. So most Poles use district heating, so large blocks of flats, for instance, and this is that. And we did calculate it at the ministry back then, and everybody just said, no, it's madness. But that was before the war in Ukraine, and more than 1,000 zlotys a year, an average Polish family, an average Polish household. So over 2,000 increase in rent with district heating, and now on top of that there will be fuel and electricity, and these costs will be more than 5,000 zlotys a month per average household. Although I don't like saying average. What does it mean? Statistical household. Well, these are the costs that we basically incur as citizens. But companies, how do they cope? Businesses, how do they cope with it? Can they cope with it? Good evening. Well, the ministers mentioned these direct costs translated into prices of fuels, which will affect the price of fuels at our filling stations. Obviously, this is an account. Well, if we were to explain this further, on top of that, there will be the price, because fuel, for many, many years, well, fuel will continue to come from petroleum. So this will be the basic, the crude oil will be the basic raw material. So the price of will be used in transport. So the price of bread, of all produce, will be higher, and not by 50 cents, not by half a zloty, right? I'm talking about Polish cents. It's not always translated one-to-one, but in economics. But what kind of industry will be left in Poland and in Europe? What the Green Deal is doing today, and if I may digress, and then I'll pass the precise answer. Well, the Green Deal, I think, is the origin of, the origin should be date back to this hippie mentality of the 70s. After the Yom Kippur War in 1973, which led to a drastic increase in the prices of crude oil caused by the OPEC cartel, of the US and Western Europe. Western Europe decided that many of these biggest economies decided they should come up with some sort of an alternative. And so the concept of, well, years ago, implemented, years later, the Energiewende concept that was invented in Germany, based on RES, widely used RES, based on relatively cheap gas. So, based on relations established with the then Soviet Union, and what was successful for the authorities back then, and we know that it's still successful in part in today's Germany. And this sentiment, this for today's Russia is actually quite high in today's Germany. So some communities, well, they can't really process the fact that Nord Stream 2 is not pumping gas anymore. Well, and maybe they will be striving to have this happen again in the future. But this is about, referring to this policy that was the policy underlying the concept which someone called the Green Deal. But frankly, well, a very Marxist ideology, because it contains freedom of the individual, and it's actually implementing a huge number of regulations apart from direct costs, because we all know that the price of energy, which is a key component in some sectors, in some industries, this is translated into other costs related to regulations. The sheer number of regulations which the Green Deal as an ideology, as a certain component, imposes as regulatory obligations, but also obligations which are imposed directly on businesses, on large capital groups, is huge. Obviously, lawyers are happy because they will have stuff to do. But what does the industry have to struggle with? Entrepreneurs, because a lot has been said about ETS, but often there are areas which we don't see as regular, just ordinary recipients and consumers of industrial goods. Well, let's look at it this way. On the one hand, there's regulations which caused an increase in energy prices, and these increases lead in general to, well, apart from labor costs, which are higher in Europe than in China, India, or Asian countries, which is absolutely natural. On top of that, we have additional environmental costs. We must not forget about, and Asian countries, or even Ukraine, or even markets such as Turkey, don't have to incur. On top of that, there's the price of energy, which in some sectors of industry is a substantial cost, and it's not a flexible price. So if there's no flexibility in the basic cost model, in the case of a manufacturing company, that manufacturing company has to cope with that somehow. And the question is how they are coping. And if we add economies of scale on top of that, scalability, which in China, a business, or in India for that matter, a company can manufacture 1 million cars versus 100,000 in some corporation in Europe, with lower costs and poor pay conditions in Asian markets. We have no competitive edge. We have no bargaining power here. And if we were to translate this, let's, an example that affects Poland. You've asked about the social costs, the financial costs of the Green Deal. If we talk about the automotive market, someone might say it's only 200,000 people, more or less, working in this sector in Poland. Around 100 and 120,000. This is, trade, support, marketing, in relation to this sector. But GDP, the value, is around 7 to 8% of GDP. So it's 230 billion Polish zlotys. That's the value of the automotive sector alone in Poland. And if the Green Deal, and the Green Deal, mind you, there's not only taxes, but a certain philosophy of life. What does a citizen need a car for? They can, lease this car, they can rent it just like a scooter, electric scooter, to drive from A to B. They don't have to own it. The consumption model is changing in Western countries. And if Europeans don't need cars, as they used to, the model of life of the new generation will change, changes, then what do you need the automotive sector to manufacture expensive cars? The Chinese won't buy them from us, and nor will the Europeans be willing to buy them because they won't be able to afford them. So the question is, what will we be manufacturing in Europe? Where will we be taking our steel from? That's a good question. I would like to ask of Marek, because that's a raw material which is required for nearly every area of our lives, not only to manufacture a car, but for instance, you know, the armaments industry or construction. Well, referring to what was said in one of the previous panels, we have actually pushed ecology out of Europe because we buy what is manufactured elsewhere in the world, for instance in China. The production is not environmentally friendly, but we pretend to be green, you see. But it's not that. Fortunately, it's not like that yet. Well, a bit. So, causing an increase in cost of business, of industry in Europe, will lead to production, especially of steel, having to happen somewhere. It's not that we close down steel mills in Europe so the world will consume less steel. Well, the world will consume exactly the amount of steel it needs for the development of the world economy. So unless this, you know, if this production is not done in Europe, it will take place elsewhere in the world where people don't care about these climate goals. And in Europe, even if we rejected this green madness, to some extent, Europe is striving in a civilized manner to reduce its environmental impact. Manufacturing in Europe could take place in a civilized way for the environment, for the employees, because we can imagine the conditions in which workers work in India or somewhere in China, in Russia. And these are definitely conditions that are worse than those that can be seen in Poland or in Europe at large. These consequences of the Green Deal, have they already affected the European industry? Well, they have, especially the steel industry. They have affected it, and the effects have been tangible. Since last year, if I recall correctly, this has led to the loss of 12,000 jobs. Sorry, 18,000 jobs in Europe, and 12 million tons of production capacities. I'm talking about our southern neighbors, for instance. Liberty Ostrava steel mill closed down. Well, it's resuming activity, but it won't produce steel. It will be a steel rolling mill, and it will build electric furnaces. It's planning to build them in the future. But its earlier production capacities, well, the mill has lost it. And mills in Romania also filed for bankruptcy. And in Poland in 2019, in November, ArcelorMittal, the Krakow branch, well, phasing out or temporary, you know, phasing out of the blast furnace, working there, the only one, and then it turned, this temporary outage turned into shutdown. Only 2 blast furnaces were left in Dąbrowa Górnicza. And in July or September of this year, Mittal will actually extinguish this blast furnace temporarily, waiting for the conditions for business to change in Europe. But in a while it might turn out that Poland, which is arguably in the top 10 in terms of net importers of steel, net meaning import minus export, in the world, we are among the top 10 of importers, of net importers of steel. So the previous speaker said this a while ago. Without steel, there's no economy, there's no development. Steel is everywhere. It's in buildings, it's in infrastructure, it's in our small household appliance goods, white goods, data centers, wind turbines, solar, power infrastructure, cars. It's everywhere. It's everywhere. You can't do it without steel. So are we capable of rebuilding our position in terms of steel production, or is this a closed chapter? Well, we sought to do it together with the president here. These capacities, unfortunately, our work is no longer continued. That was a different topic, but we are working. We're asking about the principle. Well, the European Union. I don't know if it's because the German steel mills have said that unfortunately the Green Deal is starting to hit hard at the German industry too. But they started introducing certain safeguards, and on the one hand we're talking about the tax, the CBAM, yes, the cross-border adjustment mechanism, which was the carbon border adjustment mechanism, which was supposed to make up for the costs incurred by European producers, imposing the obligation to purchase certificates on importers of steel from outside the European Union. And second thing, a program related to tariffs, which the European Union wants to introduce. In terms of the cost aspect, for some time now we've had compensation for energy-intensive industry, for the indirect costs of ETS. Obviously, it is not compensation for the whole of the ETS, but in part, and it's it would compensate for that after the end of the year. So that influences liquidity. Those who have to pay higher prices for electricity during the year, and they might obtain potential compensation next year. And also implementing programs with subsidized electricity prices, and also reducing energy transmission prices, reducing price of energy €60. So we have some mechanisms, measures supposed to protect the European steel industry, but look at how we do it. First we charge a tax, so we have expensive electricity, we have high costs for companies related to that, and that leads to these companies, these entrepreneurs having either lower margins, or if the costs increase to the extent where the margin can't cover them, we need to increase the price or lose as a result. So then we introduce some safeguards. Either these entrepreneurs get protection on the borders of the European Union or get some compensation. But what sense does this make? I mean, first to increase the costs and then to return these funds to companies? Oh, of course, not all of them will get this refund, not full compensation. But CBAM and tariffs will work in the following way. We will be a producer which will have an expensive product, because tariffs protect one from the imports of cheaper goods. So if we add the CBAM certificate or a tariff, we will have a more expensive product. So we will buy more expensive products in Europe. Yes, you wanted to comment on that.
This was a very good question. What sense does it make to create something that you need to solve with yet another solution? Unfortunately, this is due to lack of actual analysis. No analytical work has been performed. Now, who comes up with an idea that there is money following and there is money to be made by a specific social group? We can only hear that if some arrests have been made. Well, if there is a proposal, there is no actual feasibility study performed. Well, the EU cannot say very openly what consequences of a given solution might be. Let me give you an example. The automotive industries in Germany is experiencing a breakdown because of the fact that the electric cars are now in the picture, but nobody wants electric vehicles only. Even Johnny Debean, who was performing there, made it very clear that they want to continue using the regular diesel or gasoline-driven engine. Now, Simple question. How many of you have used an electric vehicle to drive here? Oh, you will not raise your hand, would you? Not that many people are great fans of electric vehicles. And so the European Union is a little bit more similar to those politicians who raised their hands for ETS too. It was the European People Party, of course, now the Civic Coalition, and all of a sudden they're saying, well, what a huge success it is. We have now shifted and moved back, pushed back in time, the introduction of a ban on gasoline and diesel-driven automotive. But this is only significant of a broader problem. This is really a red lamp for anybody who's interested in geopolitical situation. Because if Europe fails to have its own steel production, if it fails to have its own stable energy sources, and to our border, and Putin is actually fueling its economy with armament, with weaponry, so he's getting ready for war. We all know what it led to some 100 years ago to our western border. We know what Berlin and Moscow scheming together can lead to. And this is yet another attempt of doing so. If you have no argument, you're reducing everything ad absurdum. So if we're speaking about Nord Stream and all the other energy vendor, why would we want the Germans to take over? Why don't we use the Polish coal, but we still use the Russian gas? Well, look what's going on. We won't have any stable sources. We won't have our own steel production. So how can we fuel our defense industry? How can we produce weaponry and armament? The specialists in transportation and geopolitics, and also the experts in military policy, are saying that if we have 2 or 3 ports and we have problem with no steel of our own, look what's going on. Look at the history lessons that we have drawn. Look at what's going on now. We are not asking if there will be some terrorist attacks in Poland, because they're here. And we're getting used to it. And this is so difficult to understand, and this is also so difficult to bear. Now, there is this phenomenon known in psychology that we are getting used to cruelty. It no longer shocks us. When at the beginning of the war, we saw those emotional pictures of what's going on in Ukraine, we were all emotional. Not anymore. The same with migrants who were forcing their way through the Polish borders. Nobody is emotional about it anymore. Remember when one of the missiles dropped on the Polish land? Well, everybody was scared stiff, and all of a sudden we've got these terrorist attacks as we speak. What needs to happen for the decision makers to finally get it to the head that we are now experiencing a true crisis situation? What needs to happen? I know that I'm taking too much of your time, but allow me to conclude by saying that when we had those drones in the Polish sky, then the European Parliament, with all the politicians responsible for those important issues, were asked by many people, and by the Polish delegation to DCR, for a debate, for a special debate to be held on Poland. And I heard that no, there won't be a special debate on Poland. They said, well, you would need to notify us a week ahead of the planned debate. How can we notify the European Parliament of the intention of the Russians to send their drones? We never knew that the drones will attack the Polish sky. Well, I'm a little bit embittered, but mind you, the room was full of Polish politicians and they all voted against. There were no Greeks, no Italians, nobody was really interested that we were there in the Polish composition, which is a very sorry sight. Nobody was interested. There is this old saying, if you dream of the peace, you need to get ready for the war. And we must learn from the mistakes made by other European nations, from the mistakes made by the British, and for the mistake we made when trusting the British. We need to have a completely different optics. Well, gentlemen, you said that the system is very complex, that first the resolution is passed and only then money is found. All systems, especially those that are very complex and complicated, are prone to a lot of abuse. Can you put your finger on the definition there? Are there any gaps or perhaps any intentional loopholes so that somebody can profit from them? I'm talking about the New Deal. Do you think there are ways around the new Green Deal? Well, I haven't got any proof for that, but when I watch what's going on and the number of documents produced by the EU at large, I am under the impression that the entire world, especially Asia, acting through hundreds of foundations, is there to sponsor some of the European politicians, because it doesn't make sense for rational men to take decisions about the number of papers that need to be submitted. Well, I'm not going to go down that lane, but as I said, I have no proof to that, so I cannot really charge anybody. But look at what's going on when we're coming back to the price of the electricity. Back in 1760, we had the mercantilism, and there came the steam machine and the first steam engine, and then the first revolution, the first industrial revolution, followed by electricity, and then another revolution, namely the internet. And now we are facing the fourth industrial revolution. When we look around, we know what it's all about. The US are now talking, so to speak, to Southern America, especially Venezuela, where they have the largest deposits of crude oil in the world. And so the US is very much aware that in the fourth industrial revolution and in the fifth industrial revolution, they need to have access to cheap energy. Because databases, data mining, artificial intelligence would require loads of cheap energy. And with our policy, I'm talking about the EU, not only do we create ample solutions and look for new technologies in renewable energy sources, but we are also working on energy that is not stable, and the more the energy there is, the more expensive it gets. All the windmills, all the solar panels would require stable foundations in the system that can only be achieved through the employment of non-renewable energy sources. Okay, nuclear energy can be defined as being both renewable and non-renewable, but for the time being, we don't have any nuclear energy unit. Well, the Germans are to be thanked for that. Yeah, they did want to eliminate. One of the first decisions passed by President Macron when he first took his office, just next day, he said that he would be closing down nuclear energy in France. And I think many people were scared stiff to hear that, because if this happened, if there was no nuclear power in France, nowadays France would be devoid of any energy sources. And so, as a continent, we experience high energy prices. We are not competitive in terms of energy prices as compared to Asia. We are here in the region dominated by coal. And now we are liquidating millions and millions of tons of coal that we could have worked up. And then in a number of years, we don't want to mine coal at all. Not only will all the coal mines went away from the landscape, but we'll do away with this unique technological thought. We will see no other engineers, designers, experts in a coal-related industry. So this is an industry that will not come back, that we will be farewell forever. And mind you, this is the only industry that can guarantee energy safety. Now, okay, gas. We have some 1/5 of natural gas in our own resources as compared to our internal demand. The other 80% we need to get from the outside through the Baltic pipe. And as I say, we only have some 20 up to 25% of our own natural gas as compared to our own needs. Now, there is alternative, of course, namely the wind energy, but mind you, we have to purchase those windmills from outside and the wind farms offshore. Well, we need to build the entire distribution grid, because energy consumption here is generated in southern Poland. That's not where the offshore wind farms are. We do not have a special distribution corridor, as it would be the case for the Northern Sea, where the energy can be distributed on equal basis across the year. That is why our energy prices go up. Well, if you hear the minister of the Polish government, I'm talking about Mr. Motyka, saying that the energy prices will go down, maybe they will, but your household bill will go up because there will be other costs added to the bill, which will grow the energy bottom line for a single household. For the industry, the energy will go up. And so the industry 4.0 will never be built in Europe. It is built across the world with cheap energy and cheap labor. In Poland, we still have labor that is cheaper than Western Europe, but but still more expensive than Asia. And our energy is much more expensive than the energy in China or in India. Okay. Over to the next panelist. Yes, I'd like to speak on that great story, which was pronounced as the biggest success of the European People's Party. Professor Buzek did speak about an amendment that they tabled. 1 ton of the ETS, 1 ton of air, if you like, COT, is subject to a certificate that you have to purchase, and then somebody trades it. So I would understand it if the ETS trading scheme was owned by the countries. But why do we have banks involved in the ETS trading scheme? Why would the financial instruments be trading your accounts and my accounts? Who is making money of it? Why would somebody make a decision for a state to be implementing a scheme whereby some movements or developments must be made on my account and on behalf of me by a bank? Remember, it all started in 2014. Eva Kopacz was the prime minister then. It was the Market Stability Reserve, the MSR, whereby some new rights were taken out of the energy capacity market. I know that the energy is a complicated market, cogeneration, what have you. Engineers will deal with it. But calculation of tariffs should be as simple as calculation of taxes. If you go down to ETS, it's not simple at all. And it is not simple for the purpose, so that you don't understand what's going on. Because we know that not all the money from the ETS trading scheme are then fed into the national coffers. No, there's some 20% that is not fed into the national coffers. Where does it go? We have 36 million people living in this country. And in Silesia, I think I need no explanation where does most of the energy come from, because even if you have an electric scooter, you still need coal and gas to produce you. I saw this meme when a young boy was asked, where does the milk come from? And he said, well, it comes from a cow. And a Warsaw little boy, that the milk comes from a carton box from a shop. This is a meme, but I think this reflects the level of knowledge among the Polish population. When the Polish politicians went to this Earth Summit to Brazil, it all happened in such a way that some trees needed to be cut in order for the Earth Summit to take place. Now, they needed to use a number of aircraft and in the jumbo jets to get into the Earth Summit, because otherwise they would not be able to make it on time. So it is all really a merry-go-round. If you're asking me to follow the money, I think we need to follow the financial instruments involved in the ETS scheme. Now, you also spoke of the protests and political corruption. It's happening as we speak. We know who is a corrupted politician in Europe. Gerhard Schröder. I really propose to put his name on the list of sanctions. Well, remember what Schröder did with all these European taxes being imposed, moving away from coal and moving towards gas? Who was making the money on that? Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2. So you've got this Russian pipe taking you through all the way into Schleswig-Holstein. And the local prime minister is personally involved in the foundation that is part of the business, saying that green energy is most important, but the money is fed through an auxiliary special purpose vehicle of Nord Stream 1 and Nord Stream 2. So you can see corrupted politicians among the environmentalists too. And they would simply take those young people in to have the face as a face of a young protesting environment. So following the money, who is really profiting from blocking the energy development in Poland? Who can profit from stopping nuclear units in Poland? Who is profiteering from doing so? Of course, those who will be making money on that. Do you think there are so many idealists who believe in what they pray? I mean, there is a handful, I'm sure, and I do actually respect them. Similarly with the hunting industry. Well, if you look at wolves, okay, you need to employ selective hunting for wolf. I would never be able to kill a wolf, but you need to respect rational hunting effort. If you're not rational, you will be fulfilling a lot of mistakes. You will be acting silly. And I'm sure we've seen many people acting silly, including the European Parliament and the European Commission and various subcommittees within the European Commission or the European Parliament, where we have ample discussion on overproduction of meat and what have you. And now to conclude, can we hear from Mr. Michałek? Well, I think it's no accident that it's called the Green Deal, and this deal is instrumental here. We have a deal. Not an order, we have a deal, we've arranged things, we have made this arrangement and everybody's happy. So just to respond to what Mr. Ozdoba said, not only the Green Deal consequences will have to do with energy prices, but they will also impact energy availability, and heavily so. Because so if we start to switch off the 200 megawatts coal units and fail to erect new ones, we do have some gas units in the pipeline, but not fast enough. In order for a gas electric plant to be launched, you need to have a relevant turbine. There is not enough turbine available in the world. There is a queue. So even if we have a decision for a gas electric plant to be launched, we will never be able to build it anytime soon. Remember, we did have our own production. We were a specialized manufacturer of gas-based turbines. But we lost it. When we're losing industry, not only do we lose the plant itself, but we are also losing competencies. And there is no way we can bring those competencies and talents back anytime soon. What can we replace those coal units with if we switch them off? We will have difficulties in stabilizing the system, we have difficulties in providing energy capacity. Who's gonna invest in a country which doesn't provide stable energy sources? Not only cheap energy is important, accessible energy is even more important than that. We are losing our own independence. We won't be able to keep our own economy growing because of the lack of energy sources and lack of energy availability. And now one more point about this political corruption. The system of various compensations, public aid, state aid, it looks a little bit like a competition in between member states. The richer the state, the more able it is to offer public aid. Look at what we got in Germany, right? The European Commission is making state aid a little bit more accessible, so the provisions are a little bit more relaxed, but this state aid mustn't come from the EU coffers, but from the national budget. So say you have a member state which is rich enough to provide subsidies to an industry, and it will happily do so. But if another member state is not rich enough, if it is running a significant budget deficit, it will not have means to support its own industry. So we are operating within the era of state aid competition, if you like. Okay, so somebody will sell, but who's gonna buy? Okay, why can't we afford to buy? And the Germans would always be very willing to buy whatever we are offering to sell. Thank you very much. That marks the end of this panel. I can only conclude by saying that there will be so many important things that we can get from you, but now we need to take a brief break, and I will see you back at 7 o'clock.
Ladies and gentlemen, just a housekeeping note. The last panel discussion we will have Mr. Patryk Jaki, MP, who will conclude the conference. So I do encourage you all the more so to return here after the break. Okay, we shall start the final part. So let me invite Mr. Patryk Jaki MP here on stage, and we will be connecting to Mr. Marek Lachowicz, and we'll connect to the others. So welcome back. This is the fourth part of our conference dedicated to the real costs and to the real face of the Green Deal. We have Patryk Jaki MEP on stage, main organizer, co-chair of the ECR group in the European Parliament, Marek Lachowicz, economist and author of numerous economic analyses. But let's start by connecting to the Polish Sejm, where we have Grzegorz Matusiak, MP. I think we can hear each other and see each other. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good evening. Honourable Member, we are talking about the Green Deal today. Hello, can you hear me? Yes, sure. Honourable Member, we are talking about the Green Deal. So a question. In Parliament, what is the debate like on the Green Deal? We know how divided we are in Poland, in the general public, how divided politicians are. We know that because we see it in the media. But when you're there in the Polish Sejm, what is it like, this discussion, this debate? Is it going on? Or is there a wall between you? Well, there is definitely a wall between us. But in the most recent opinions expressed by the chairman, Mr. Kaczyński, 2 years after the elections will hopefully win, the Green Deal will be history. And what is going on in the energy markets now, for instance, the Będzin power plant, it turns out that ETS is killing the possibility of functioning of such plants as the Będzin combined heat and power plant. So energy that yields expensive electricity is not good for the industry, and actually we will be reducing this Green Deal, the so-called Green Deal, which is killing the Polish economy and entrepreneurship. So, Honourable Member, these are the political visions. But now the reality is as it is, and there is still some time left until the elections. But what are you doing today? What can be done in Parliament about the Green Deal? Today, when it comes to Green Deal, above all the ruling coalition, well, they are promoting solutions outlined by the European Union. We, as the opposition, we are seeking to work out our own capacities, our own solutions, which are shaped bearing in mind coal mainly. And we should prevent the Green Deal from harming the Polish economy, so we should either have ETS suspended, or the state should finance this ETS as this union tax, which is killing us. And we should seek solutions which unfortunately, the quality of the sound is not sufficient to exactly. The connection is not terribly stable. What you have said, Honourable Member of Parliament, is very important about what work is like in Parliament. Maybe not cooperation, but any sorts of attempts to talk to those in power, to the ruling coalition. Thank you. And we were supposed to connect with Michał Woś from Ministry of Environment. I don't know, do we have this connection? Well, if we can't see the minister, well, then it seems we don't have the connection. So, as we await the connection, we shall talk to the gentleman on stage. Mr. Member, Mr. Co-Chair, well, after this whole conference, you know, with all this knowledge, yes, sorry, we'll come back to this, but yes, we have a lateral side view. Yeah, maybe this is the image of our reality in which we live in. Everything is, you know, gone topsy-turvy, and that's a 90-degree view. Oh, now we see you properly. Okay. Right, Mr. Woś, Member of Parliament, former Minister of Environment, former member of the Board of Silesian Voivodeship. Welcome. So you are also Minister of Environment, so I have to ask you this question. What's the difference between the policy you pursued from the policy that's being pursued today? You were responsible for the environment. And today there's also a Minister of Environment. We all care about the environment. What are the differences? First of all, thank you for the invitation and sorry for these hurdles. But Donald Tusk actually, well, the setup with the postponement of the vote, so we had to stay until 6-7 p.m. That's due to Minister Tusk's arrangements, but there is nothing more important for Silesia, for the Silesian economy, than the Green Deal, than ETS. And referring to the question, indeed, in 2020 and 2019, together with Patryk Jaki, by the way, I was one of those on the United Right that really sought to work with the European Union policy, and then we voiced it loud and clear that was a path straight to murder in Europe, and then also Polish industry. And first of all, that costs would increase, burdens would increase, and the costs would be transferred, unfortunately, to the Poles, the Polish citizens, looking at the structure of our economy, and mostly to the most heavily industrialized region in Poland, mainly to Silesia, our little homeland, because I am an MP from Jastrzębie-Zdrój, from this particular constituency in which this conference is taking place. So what we did back then, well, we didn't have the majority, by the way, but we were putting things on the table quite firmly. And back then, ETS, that was the responsibility of the Minister of Climate, and we, as the Minister of Environment, we objected against various European aspects. We always watched the documents carefully at the Council of Ministers, and we did voice a votum separatum. We always emphasized that there must not be agreement, consent to such measures, and we always also contributed to the work of ECR. And so we were not responsible for Europe turning into an open-air museum, but an obsolete museum of this and that. But that was someone from the party of Donald Tusk and Ursula von der Leyen attacking Poland, vehemently, and they were pushing through this Green Deal. But we were still in minority, and as just one state, we could. We could only do this and that, and please bear in mind that those who negotiated certain things on behalf of Poland, they were deceived, because the Green Deal should go down the legislative path of adoption of certain drafts with a majority of the votes cast. So unanimously, when it comes to the energy industry, there should be unanimity. So Poland should have the right of veto But the Eurocrats, they pushed it through. And once again, as part of this pro-European interpretation, that always everything should be interpreted in the European Union's favor, they interpreted it in the following way, that they would actually push it through with a majority of the votes cast, not unanimously. And in this regard, I believe that the most important thing for us and for our political camp is that the vast majority of people in our camp shared my opinion, the opinion of Patryk Jaki and of other people who essentially had worked with regard to ETS from the very start, that the Green Deal was not something to be covered up, that you mustn't powder up a corpse, you know, and mainly what's going on across the pond, you know, the United States shows us that it can be done, but you need to have the tools, especially in the European Union, to lead to a situation which will be able to chuck the Green Bill in the bin, to bin it, and to force the Eurocrats to abandon this stupid policy. And that's obviously we're focusing on Silesia, on our industry, on what Silesia will look like in 2035. But there's one fundamental aspect which I believe opens the eyes of many people in the world. And imagine in 2008, experts will confirm this, the professor will confirm this definitely, but GDP. So this is the most, this is an indicator of economic development. Or the GDP of the European Union and of the US in 2008. You recall, all of you recall 2008, even people of a very young age. Back then, in 2008, this GDP ranged at around 15 trillion US dollars, both that of the EU and of the United States. The US was, 100 or 200, higher, but around that figure. That's the ballpark figure. But after just a dozen years or so, we have data, that's 2023 data. The US has soared to 25 trillion, up by 10 trillion, and the European Union from the 14.8, nearly 15, went down to 18 trillion. If you add the UK, because Brexit, then it would have exceeded 20. So two comparable economies. You see that after a dozen years or so, due to stupid policy of the Green Deal and destruction of industry and destruction of resources, the European Union is becoming a museum of obsolete things, an open-air museum of obsolete technologies and things. So then, a dozen years or so, there was a comparable economy. And you can imagine that those responsible for the European Union, the People's Party, all the colleagues of Mr. Tusk, this is something absolutely terrifying. But we can debate how to improve it. But realistically speaking, this policy, this is one fundamental path. We need to lead to a situation which will build a coalition of states which will be able to bin the Green Deal, to have it binned. And this has to be a government in Warsaw that will wish that, and not ones who, just like Tusk, do everything Germans want and Berlin wants. And again, a great job has been done by Patryk Jaki as the chair of ECR. We need to build a big coalition in Europe. More and more states need to be aware of the fact that this evil Green Deal needs to be binned. Thank you. So, Mr. Member, thank you for this and for pointing out these very important matters, and all the best, and see you here in Silesia. And so a question referring to what the Member of Parliament has said, this is important, what Mr. Woś has said. Building a coalition is not simple, right? To build a coalition of states, where states have different economies based on a different energy mix. Do you feel that there is a possibility that the wind will blow? The wind is blowing from America, as the MP said, but it has to blow in Europe too. So, high energy costs, detrimental to the economy. Is this the beginning of a new wind, as Germans say? Well, the economy, due to high cost of energy, that's one thing, but the whole country, suffers, and the whole of the US suffers, and jewels in the crown of the European economy include the German automotive industry, which has been suffering dramatic losses year on year, and they are practically irrecoverable. And also the chemical industry, for instance, a jewel in the crown of the European economy, everything has been destroyed, because it's even the case that branch offices of these companies, they escape Europe. They have been actually leaving Europe due to the Green Deal. That's one thing. But I understand that your question is about whether there's hope, whether we'll be able to get out of the woods. Well, I believe there is hope, and it's simple enough. Namely, if we have in Poland bold politicians who will govern the country, then we'll need 5 seconds to end this Green Deal thing. And as Mr. Woś has mentioned, the situation is as follows. All regulations concerning the Green Deal were enacted in violation of European treaties, because the treaties say that all regulations impacting the energy mix of a specific state need to be enacted unanimously. They, knowing that Poland wouldn't agree to that, they changed it to an eligible majority, a qualified majority. So they changed it into decarbonization. So they adopted the assumption that decarbonization would not impact the energy mix, even though we have 70% coal, and the European Union just assumed that decarbonization and getting out of coal would not influence the energy mix. So it's as if you wanted to say, that there is a rocket or a missile instead of this bottle of water. We even have the tool to actually withdraw from that and to rescind that. Even the Constitutional Tribunal decided that, ruled that all elements of the Green Deal were practically null and void. And there's a ruling of the Constitutional Tribunal which is binding. And we have Green Deal in Poland only because Donald Tusk refuses to publish sentences of the Constitutional Tribunal. So when we return to power, we will publish the ruling of the Constitutional Tribunal, and that's the end of the Green Deal. End of the ETS, we'll have cheapest energy in Europe, and our economy will accelerate, and we will simply be a tiger of the European economy. And I'm convinced of that. And then the European Union will fine us. Yes, of course they will. They will shout at us and fine us because they don't want to have a strong Poland. They don't want to have this competitor. Especially Germany doesn't want that kind of competitor. But we did become a net payer, a net contributor. So the cost of the Green Deal actually exceed all the funds we are obtaining. So basically what Poland gets is earmarked. These funds are earmarked. It's not as it used to be at the start. This new perspective, this new budget perspective has this, the 7-year budget presented right now, it has actually cut cohesion funds by more than a half, and funds for agriculture, where Poland would get the most. And on top of that, every kind of spending, not even that, but every expense will be burdened by further accounting mechanisms. So if we were to look at our bargaining power, this actually concerns 10 years ago, and now this has drastically changed. And the only thing is whether we'll have a bold politician who will tell the EU, get out of here, we won't do that, Because I'll sum it up. We have the arguments, financial arguments, legal arguments, we have the ruling of the Constitutional Tribunal, we can hide behind, and we have a war across our border, so we won't do that, right? So everything is in our hands, especially since, I'll put it this way. There are a lot of signs that suggest that demand for steel, might even be twice the figure we have now, a couple of years from now. So Jastrzębie, for instance, a place such as Jastrzębie might gain economic importance, and the JSW company can really be lifted up. Well, provided that the civic platform doesn't destroy this place totally. And well, we are close to that, but unless that happens, the JSW, the JSW company, will be able to recover its position, and then coal will regain its value and will become important again and required. I don't know, most of you will know this. JSW, the company, is the biggest supplier of coal, of coking coal, in the whole of the European Union. And as I was telling you, demand for this is much more than Jodaswo is actually producing now in the European Union, not to mention the world at large, where we live in a war environment where the steel industry unfortunately still matters. And it's hard for me to imagine green tanks, green rifles, and so on. It's hard to imagine that. I'm sorry. So far, nobody has come up with anything like that. So the future, provided we have bold politicians, might belong to Poland. Provided we're the first to abandon this Green Deal, not only will we gain, but other countries will follow suit. I'm sure of that.
Marek Lachowicz, you are the author of numerous economic analytical works. Yes, I did write something, but are you optimistic when performing your economic analytical work with the reality around us, with the Green Deal? Do you have an optimistic outlook? Well, generally speaking, I am an optimist. If I was a pessimist, I would probably slice my throat with my pen or my ball of paper. Now, speaking of bold politicians, I think we also need bold fonctionaires, bold officials, and bold European Commission. Now, I think the Green Deal was a strategy for economic development. I hope it's already a thing of the past. But we need to maintain our flexibility. If we think about development path for the next 20 or 30 years or so, we need to account for the ever-changing threshold conditions. We're speaking of the war, the Third World War. And we've got the Japanese fleet, and maybe Japan would still remember how it mastered the great battle. I think this is one of the recent battles of the Second World War. And so Japan came up with an idea that they will have to have the most powerful fleet with the largest missile on board. So it came with Yamato and Musashi that they never used afterwards, because in the meantime the conflict conditions have changed and both of these ships were shrunk and drowned. So you have to align your strategy to the ever-changing conditions, and you have to see these changes happening. Now, well, the experts would never like to confirm they've made a mistake. But even if they came up with something that was nice and solid some 20 or 30 or 40 years ago, now things have changed. On one hand, we're getting very clear signals and computations about the second part of the story that needs to be presented, that needs to be vocalized. Also for the European Union, you may want to look into the report of New Solidarity on the two components that have to do with transportation, and it compares Poland against other EU member states. I can declare that I will be providing you with analytical works like that. So with those computations in mind, where you still have to listen to the other party and listen to the second half of the story, what we are offering to the experts of the European Commission is a fantastic gateway, namely COVID pandemic and the war in Ukraine, that will even release them from having to say that they've made a mistake. For an expert, it's a given, right? It's a gato. We don't have to prove that something was wrong and that they have to say we've made a mistake. We don't have to resort to any tricks, any manipulations or combinations saying that this was a wrong regulation. If there is a will, there is this way. The officials can say the external conditions have changed. We have to invest into the armament, weaponry and defense industry. And this is something we cannot possibly outsource to the third countries, because if we export steel from India or Bangladesh, well, we won't be able to produce our own tanks. Okay, it will be enough to speak to the steel producers, but we will never be able to restore these competencies and capacities once they lost. If our steel specialist has to change gear and is no longer employed in the steel industry, we will lose these talents. They will start dealing with something else. And then after 10 years' time, we'll say, well, look, we've made a mistake, why don't you come back? They won't, because they've already changed their specialization. So then it would be enough to distort the supply chain and we would be back to COVID pandemic. I'm talking about problems with supply chains. We thought that we were on the safe side in terms of supply chains, and COVID pandemic proved us wrong. So it will be enough for the European Commission officials to show some goodwill. Well, of course you cannot keep everybody satisfied. We have 27 member states. All of them have their own interest, which doesn't mean that we can't put our heads together and start negotiating. What I'd like to see is the European Commission finally embarking on a dialogue. Patryk Jaki said a very interesting thing about the new budget. Not to mention us being the net beneficiary. I did my own maths, and apparently we will be breaking even soon, or even we will be the net payer, net contributor. Mind you, we're speaking about the 7-year financial perspective of the European Union. You may want to find a very simple fact. How are the budget revenues from a given resource distributed over time if they come from one member state? We will never get data like that. While this would be the very foundation for a budget analytical work. If you ask me to give you a draft budget, then I would start with combining the data. How much do we earn on this and how much do we have to spend on that? The European Union will never show you the exact distribution of the revenue stream coming from one country on a given branch and how is that distributed over other branches. So the envelope we are getting from the EU will not be that significant. We need to force the European Commission to open up a discussion. They should finally put some elbow grease into it, and then either myself or other experts who are much more knowledgeable than myself, we can sit down with them and start discussing while having some foundation, some facts to contribute to that. And maybe in this way, and hopefully, we will be able to adjust and correct our development strategy while taking into account the ever-changing environment and the ever-changing external conditions, such as the war in Ukraine, disturbed supply chains post-pandemic, loss of certain technologies that we were to be a leader with. Even the famous Draghi's report indicated that some markets where we're supposed to be a leader have been lost now. Isn't this a change into the threshold conditions? Isn't it a change that would require adjustments and corrections? Sure it would. So you've got an F1 team that is really making the bolide ready, but it crashed, okay, because the driver, well, whatever, for whatever reason, the bolide has crashed. It may have been the fault of the driver, it may have been the fault of the car, and rather than repair the bolide, rather than asking the driver whether they're okay, the team is saying, well, we didn't crash, nothing is wrong with the bolide. Well, you say the wheel is missing? What do you mean? We have been overtaken? No, how come? So we need to force the European Commission to start a serious discussion on that. Thank you. Dear Mr. Jaki, you now indicated that the audience will have a chance to ask you questions. I know there may be plenty of them. We'll certainly not be able to ask all the questions. Sadly, there is no microphone to the speaker, but let me repeat the question. How do you force the European Commission to follow suit? Maybe you can ask the same question while using the microphone, please. Yes. How can we force the European Commission to give up on the Green Deal? I would really love to see the European Commission giving up their offices. If the entire European Commission gives up their positions, I think the European society should ask the European Commission to step back. How can we force the European Commission to follow suit, to reject the Green Deal? How can you do that if we have no majority and they do what they want? In terms of European budget, it is rather simple. The European Commissioner for Budget is a Polish politician appointed by the Polish electorate. And so the easiest way around would be to work with the Polish politicians, to convince the Polish people to do away with this pro-Prussian government that is now ruling Poland. And then we would have another commissioner taking the position. So partially, this is by expelling the pro-German government out of Poland. And then I am rather optimistic about what's going on in the European Union, because the right-wing powers have gained strength in the European Commission and in the European Parliament. Well, they are not strong enough to take the entire power, but most probably, if elections were held now, we would have toppled the table. So maybe we could keep our fingers crossed for the ruling party to continue the way they do now, because then they will lose the elections. The AfD is now the first party in the opinion polls in Germany, and then also the right-wing party is taking more power in France, in Italy. It's our government in Romania. They're very close. Well, we have AUGR, which is the Romanian party that's closely related to us. So in the entire Visegrad group, apart from Poland, it's the right-wing party that is at the steering wheel. So things are changing in Europe. Everybody is fed up with the Green Deal, with migration. So I am very optimistic. The only thing being is that it should start with Poland. Poland, as the largest country in the European Union with conservative values, should be leading this cause. Do we have any further questions, ladies and gents? Very brief, please, and constructive. Well, I try to be constructive and I try to be brief. I have the following question to Mr. Jaki. And maybe it's high time we approached it in a brave way, and maybe we should conclude this creation, this monster, because it has grown to be a monster. Maybe it's high time we left. Maybe it's high time we said goodbye to it. Maybe we should start a new chapter. We should think about something fresh. I, honestly speaking, do not believe that we can have a cooperation among the European member states and development in constant care of the national states. I don't believe that, even if the European Union changes and develops and evolves. Mind you, those Marxists, those Bolsheviks of the 21st century are nothing but accelerating. They will do anything and everything not to lose power. So I don't think it's that simple. If we fail to see the need to finish off the project called the European Union, we should kill it, and then we can start with the new thing. So my question to you, Mr. Jaki, as the co-chair of the ECR group, would that be possible for us to say goodbye to the European Union? Thank you for this question. Well, the way I view it is as follows. I'm always looking at what's benefiting Poland. European Union is an institution that I know from scratch, which is not very friendly to people like myself or like all of us here. This is a culture that is even worse than in the Polish parliament, because, say, left-wing or Green Party would never say good morning to me, or even if I say hello, they will never answer back. So it is a very unpleasant environment, even in terms of personal culture. Having said that, however, I am not about myself. It's not about me. It's about developing our country. And the truth is that there is a very important point that Poland is benefiting from, namely access to a single market. We are part of Europe, and Polish companies, Polish entrepreneurs are still winning in this market. So Poland is a winner in the simple market. Now, if I imagine a situation whereby Poland is excluded from the single market, we should look for an alternative. Further we go from Europe, yes, it is possible, but not that easy. So an ideal solution for us would be to enjoy a status of Norway or Switzerland. Namely, we would have trade agreements where all the political havoc is left to the margin. Everything that's going on in terms of politics, because it's all about costs. But to answer your question, I don't really know what the future entails. I'm no prophet. Think about scenarios, however. I think there are two scenarios on the table. They will either continue moving towards this madness, and the European Union will kill itself. We will not have to exit it because it will just destroy itself. Or, a second scenario, there is a revolution and a change. And there is this atmosphere in Europe. Wherever you go, there is this feeling of revolution and change, some steering. Yes, I'm going to take this microphone and give it over to the other speaker. But let me just conclude that I don't want to be stirred by my own emotions because I dislike this institution. But I need to think about Polish companies, about their access to the single market, and about the business. Even if we move from the free commodity market, and even if we enter the free market of services, if the EU wants to expand to the services market whereby Polish companies can sell the products but also the services related to those products. Because, for instance, we can now sell furniture or window frames, but we really need to fulfill a number of conditions if we want to open a company, a plant producing the same furniture and the same window frames in Germany. So the European Union that we joined in 2004 was a good idea back then. It is now becoming a Frankenstein's child, really. So the question is, what do we do about it? And as I say, there are two scenarios on the table. Let me just add to it, because yours is a very interesting question. Imagine the following situation. Say we take one car to travel from point A to B. Say we're setting on a journey, and all of a sudden it turns out that our driver doesn't really care about taking us safely from A to B, and wouldn't really care to play some good music to us, which would definitely impact the comfort and the convenience of the travel. No, say our driver is there to get drunk and is really drunk driving. Then our basic solution is to replace the driver. You don't need to crash the car. You don't need to take other decisions. You would need to start by replacing the driver. Because the economic causes are important for us. If you are asked what is it that you would do as the main objective of our economic policy to build competitiveness of the European Union, I think we can come up with a number of things here, saying longevity, good health of the citizens, and then disposable income per head, say during a professional tenure. I think we would be able to come up with a number of good points here, value added of the Polish economy. I'm sure we would be able to come up with a number of objectives. And for some reasons, the European Union decided that they will focus on reducing CO2. I guess there is more important goals that we could attain. But as for this metaphor of a car, we are driving towards this single market. This is what Polish companies enjoy. So as I say, I would rather replace the driver than crash the car. Because for the time being, we can make do with it. And why? Because I feel that Poland should be in a driving seat. We're speaking about building a coalition, about Poland being a leader. I think Poland should be a leader here. We've got enough economic power, we've got enough competencies. Let's wake up and let's do it. One more question from the floor. To Mr. Jaki. For many years, we've been observing voting in the European Parliament of the same group who votes against Poland. Can't we discipline them? Can't we oblige them? Maybe we can take Polish citizenship away from them, and then they would never be able to vote against Poland. Thank you. The problem is that indeed we have Poles who are regularly raising their hands against Poland. Let me repeat it once again and let me make it very clear. Poland is the only country that sends out their representatives to the European Parliament, and we've got plenty of those. Our team is big. I think we are the 4th largest representation in the European Parliament, but we are the only country where 50% of Polish representatives are voting in favor of Germany rather than Poland. Before we put that into order, we will never be treated seriously because nobody respects people like that. I remember another story. There was this very famous story. We sit next to the National Front, the French National Front, which is the most powerful party in France for the time being, Front National. And I remember this Gilet jaune, when the police was after those yellow vests, where police was very brutal. And this was in session of the European Parliament in Strasbourg. And, you know, the French are just sitting next door. And I asked my colleague from Front National, why aren't you talking about that? It would be good for you, you know, the Macron, the team. And I said, and then he said, no, we can't really say a bad word about our own country because they will never be able to forgive that. So this is the approach. The French should not be criticizing the French government. It is the national character of Poland. It is the Germans' monkey business that steer us. We've got this mindset that we are not respecting our own country. There are Polish people who are proud to be Europeans. So the French are representing France, the Spanish are representing Spain, the Germans are representing Germany, and we are representing either Germany or Europe. It's high time we had Polish representation in the European Parliament. So it is as simple as that. So it all boils down to the electorate so that you can send Polish representatives to the European Parliament. And things would be so much easier. Let me quote my own favorite story here. Say the Second Punic War, the Roman Republic was failing, and then Hannibal came across the Alps, and he never lost a single battle in Italia. But all the Romans knew, everybody knew, that they have to fend off the army because they need to work for their own interests. And although there were so many failed battles that would erase all the countries from the map, hundreds of thousands military were killed, and then they came victorious from the Second War. That's why it is so important to be united, both in war, in battles, but also in economy. And I guess there is one more question somewhere at the back, and I think it must be the last question. There's a couple of hands raised. We will take on 2 questions. This is the panel on deindustrialization, and we're speaking a lot about heavy industry. Very often in Europe, we are also talking about the Industry 4.0, which is based on the AI. In my articles and in my scientific work, I am always lobbying for investing into synthetic data rather than data that is training the artificial intelligence to create generic AI. But the European Commission keeps on investing in generic data, in generic industry, although we could be investing in synthetic data. But my question is as follows. Quite often we speak of industrialization, which is understood as investments into the AI industry and data industry. So I'd like to pick your brains, gentlemen. Is this industrialization or is it not? Before I give the floor over to Mr. Jaki, allow me to say that when we create all those computers, data centers, and AI models, we need more and more energy. The CEO of Microsoft has just said recently that decarbonization is not really that important because computers would need more power, be it for data analytics or AI. It consumes so much energy, so much electricity, and if we want to keep pace, and mind you, the Polish language was recognized the best language to communicate with the artificial intelligence because it is one of the most precise languages. It's very difficult to master for a foreigner, but it's very precise. So we have ample potential. We have trained computer specialists in various programming languages. We can use our tools, our models, and our software and sell it outside of our country. We should be trying to create new software. Well, Microsoft has Packet Office. We should have our own. Can you imagine working without an Office package when we want to produce a presentation? We usually work with PowerPoint. Without this software, you would find it so difficult. It is so very important to have access to reliable software. And we, as Poles, we should be trying to create such flagship software, maybe for network controls, other solutions that could be based on the AI, you name it. But let's remember that it will all require stable supplies of energy, especially electricity. Say, in my flat, if there is a blackout for 10 minutes, I would just be mad. I'll be disturbed, maybe I would need to use my telephone's torch, but okay, I'll survive. But if there is a blackout in a high-tech production company, or if there is a blackout in a data center, if no computation is concluded, this can really end badly. Look at Bitcoin mining a few years back. It consumed the entire energy output of the entire country, Bangladesh. We will use more and more energy. We have to have access to stable energy sources. Reindustrialization will need blood, and blood is here used as a metaphor for stable energy sources. And then yet another question. I think we can see 2 hands raised. So 2 more.
So, yes, Jastrzębska Spółka Węglowa. We've been talking a lot about military security, and it's very important, and energy security equally important. But there's also a third issue, namely food security. And question for the MEP: how can we stop this madness of Mercosur? That well, we had a really good meal today. I hope this was Polish produce. How to stop this mad on imports of food from Ukraine, which is destroying Polish agriculture? We didn't mention it, but it's equally important, isn't it? And well, unfortunately, the agreement with Mercosur, the situation looks very bad. When we were in power, there was a minority blocking us on the council. Then you know, the King of Europe came to power and couldn't find even 4 European member states that would support us on this matter. So it's a lost case, basically, more or less. And the Germans are willing to push through this agreement. So 10 days from now, it's supposed to be signed, and we will try to block it with a motion to the European Union Court of Justice. And well, as long as CGEU has not ruled on this case, we will be unable to proceed with that. So we'll have a year then to change the government in Poland. If not, then it will enter into force, and the implications might be, as you put it, we'll lose not only security, energy security, we'll lose in it, but we also lose food security. And food security is even worse off now, because whereas energy security, I can imagine that can be recovered somehow. But food security is much more difficult to recover, because when knowledge used to be passed from generation to generation in a farming family, then you'll have to lose that. Recovering that will be much more difficult than building a nuclear power plant or even a coal-fired power plant. And this is obviously a huge threat to us. But we'll do whatever we can. But we are again suffering the consequences of our disastrous choices. Will be coming to an end, therefore. Someone, yes, let's just give the floor to just in the end, because this person has raised their hand 3 times. Yes, I agree with you. Obviously, we as the Polish nation, we have, or if we don't have, we can have all kinds of expertise and tools, everything that's needed to lead in Europe, also economically, but also some sort of technical methodology. Well, provided that we'll be doing it on a free market. We're in a free market economy, but in the European Union we have a centrally controlled market, centrally steered, just like in the so-called good old days of the Soviet Union, when Poland was merely a satellite country. So this is the drinking and driving metaphor you used. My impression is that everybody is drunk on board this car. And if you change the driver, this won't do anything because everybody is simply pissed. Thank you, and especially we would like to thank the MEP for the initiative behind this conference today, and we would like to thank all of you who contributed to it. Just a housekeeping note. If anyone's interested in visiting this very carbonarium, we are in the conference part, but you can head to the first floor or second floor for the Americans out there. If you still have power, the director has been up all day since the morning, so he will give you a brief tour. But if you want to visit the whole Museum of Coal, then you can do it again by visiting Jastrzębie again. But just take the lift downstairs, first floor. Director is waiting. If anyone is interested, he'll be waiting for 15-20 minutes. So if anyone joins, they will get a tour in a nutshell, history of coal, the use of coal. So thank you for your presence.